We good?
Yeah, now we are.
All right. Good evening, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the South Kingstown Planning Board. The date is Thursday, November 12th, 2020. The time is 7:02. First item on our agenda is roll call. Pam, would you take the roll call, please?
Sure. Joe Murphy,
Here.
Maria Mack,
Here.
Paul Jordan,
Here.
Peter DiStefano,
Here.
Susan Axelrod,
Here.
Steve Demasi.
Here.
And Pam Rubinoff here.
Okay. We have a public hearing tonight. It's a conceptual master plan, major land development comprehensive permit for Matunic Beach Road condominiums. That is our only hearing tonight. This night is devoted to that hearing. Before we get started, I'd like to note that anyone that sent a letter in to the town council, those letters have been forwarded to all members of the planning board. They are a matter of the record. Also, anyone that sent an email to the planning department, those emails have been forwarded to the planning board members. So again, they are part of the record. We've received that information. Tonight, after the applicant has made his presentation, we will make it open to public comment. So we ask you to be patient. We want to get the application heard and on the record. Planning board members may have some questions, but we will reserve some time before the evening is over to take calls and questions from the neighbors and the attendees. One other thing I'd like to do is I'd like to have the legal counsel, Amy Goins, just briefly go over the comprehensive permit process so the public is aware of how this process is a little different. Go ahead, Amy.
This is Amy. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to do that. I do note the applicant's attorney has his hand raised. I suggest we see what he has to say before launching into my overview of the process.
Okay, go ahead. Jay, you want to bring him in?
Should be coming over now.
Okay. Mr. Kelly?
Hi, good evening. Michael Kelly,
evening.
Michael Kelly for the applicant. I have no issue with Ms. Goins giving you an overview, and I think that would be helpful. And then we're prepared to present our application and several witnesses. Unfortunately, our planner, Mr. Pimentel, is unable to attend this evening. He submitted a report, but unfortunately, his mother is apparently dying and he can't make it tonight. So you have his report. If the matter takes another hearing, we should be able to get him in to testify and answer any questions you might have.
Okay, that's duly noted. Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you.
This is Amy Goins, legal counsel. I want to give both the board and the public an overview of the comprehensive permit process and indicate how everyone can offer public input. I know there's a lot of public interest. I'll try to be brief, but the first thing I'm going to do is encourage everyone to review the staff memo. It's extremely comprehensive and helpful. All of the supporting documents for this project, including the staff memo, can be found by clicking the hyperlinks on the agenda. And if anyone has any questions about the project, please contact the planning department. They can have you set up an appointment to review hard copy documents if you have any issues with electronic review. But the staff memo really provides a great overview of the project and where we are in the process. So I'm going to try to summarize it succinctly. First, I want to tell you the bottom lines. The big bottom line, number one, that the public needs to understand, and I know the board is aware of this, is that comprehensive permits are a whole different animal than regular applications, right? This board reviews subdivisions and land development projects. A comprehensive permit is a proposal for residential housing where at least 25% of the dwelling units are deed restricted as low and moderate income housing as defined under state law. And by law, those applications we'll call comp permits must be reviewed differently by this board. And if they're appealed, if the decision is appealed, the appeal will be reviewed differently than a normal application. The second bottom line on public input is that everyone should be aware tonight's meeting is the beginning of the public process. So comprehensive permits are governed by Title 45, Chapter 53 of the Rhode Island General Laws. That's the Low and Moderate Income Housing Act, or the LMI Housing Act for short. So that's a different chapter altogether than the Development Review Act, which governs review of conventional subdivisions and land development projects. By conventional, I mean not comprehensive permits. So again, a comp permit is a special type of development application submitted where at least 25% of the dwelling units are deed restricted affordable housing. The purpose of the LMI Housing Act, as articulated in the statute, is to provide for housing opportunities for LMI individuals and families in each city and town of the state. So in other words, the act was enacted to encourage the production of affordable housing. So no matter how you feel about affordable housing, that's the purpose of the act, to encourage the production of affordable housing. There are some significant differences from regular applications and comp permits. Comp permits have different standards of review, a different approval procedure, including one-stop shopping, which I'll explain in a moment, and a different review process on appeal. So the standards of review are set forth in 45-53-4 of the general laws, and this can be found in the staff memo, so I am not going to read them all. But you should be aware the standards for review of a comprehensive permit application differ significantly from the standards for a regular subdivision or land development project. And in particular, a regular subdivision or land development project must be consistent with the zoning ordinance, right? For a normal application, if a project needs zoning relief, it gets approved first by the planning board, and then any relief is granted by the zoning board, assuming that the standards are met, whether it's a dimensional variance, a use variance, or a special use permit. In the comprehensive permit, in the LMI Housing Act, one of the conditions of approval, one of the findings for approval is that the proposed development complies with the zoning ordinance and or where expressly varied, local concerns that have been affected by the relief granted do not outweigh the state and local need for LMI housing. So the act forces the municipality to consider, to weigh the zoning ordinance and the purposes of the zoning ordinance against the need for affordable housing. The planning board does not need to find that the application meets the criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance for any use or dimensional relief that may be required. The act also sets forth separate criteria for denial. So the required findings for approval must all be met. In the case of a denial, any one of the enumerated reasons for denial, if found, justify a denial. So there's a different approval procedure as well. The local review board, and in this case, the planning board, has the power to grant zoning relief. So this board sits in the shoes of the zoning board in reviewing any request for variances from the zoning ordinance. There is no need for a separate application to the zoning board as would be required for a conventional subdivision or a land development project. The idea of this is to make it easier for developers to produce affordable housing. There is also a different appellate review process. Normally, if an application is denied by the planning board, it goes to the zoning board as the first step and the first appellate review body. And then to Superior Court if necessary. In this case, if the planning board denies the application, the applicant has the right to file an appeal with the State Housing Appeals Board, often referred to as SHAB. And SHAB would then exercise its powers as set forth in the LMI Housing Act, that's 45-53-6. So it's critical to understand the significance of the town's comprehensive plan and its status vis-a-vis the state's approval of that comprehensive plan. So you all know the planning board has for a couple of years been engaged in the process of writing a new comprehensive plan, which is just about ready to go to the town council for a public hearing and adoption. The new comprehensive plan is not the plan that will be, that governs for this application's review. This application was certified complete in October. So the town's current comprehensive plan that's in effect now is the plan that the planning board has to look to when it's reviewing this application. And if in the event of a denial that's appealed to SHAB, that's the plan that SHAB would be looking at. The town's current comprehensive plan was approved by the state in 2014. Under the law today, approvals are effective for 10 years, but when the town's comprehensive plan was approved back in 2014, the approvals were only effective for 3 years. So the town has a comprehensive plan that is still considered binding on local actions, but state approval has lapsed as of 2017. So that means that the posture the town would be in the event of an appeal to SHAB is that the town, for purposes of this application, does not have an approved affordable housing plan, because the affordable housing plan is an element or an aspect of the comprehensive plan. The significance of that is that if the LMI Housing Act says that in the case of a denial, the SHAB has to look to whether the planning board's decision was consistent with an approved affordable housing plan, or if the town does not have an approved affordable housing plan, SHAB gets to determine on its own judgment whether the denial was reasonable and consistent with local needs. You can tell just by the words used, that's a very kind of squishy standard. So the idea is that SHAB really gets to determine for itself whether this project is a good project in terms of affordable housing, balancing it against the community needs. So again, the comprehensive plan that govern here is the one that's currently in effect. As for public input on this application, there's multiple opportunities for public input. Many of you have already submitted written comments via email or hard copy. So that's an option, of course, and commenting at meetings. There are many of you on the call. We may not get to hear everyone tonight due to time constraints, but everyone will have the opportunity to be heard. And as the chair said, everyone's comments submitted to date are considered part of the record. Nothing needs to be read in or will be here till Saturday, but they're all considered part of the record. Please be assured all the members have read them and reviewed them. The planning board has until February 6, 2021 to make a decision on this application. So that means they have tonight, probably the December meeting, and if they need it, the January meeting as well. And that's not counting any special meetings that might be scheduled as we did tonight. So again, there are multiple opportunities for public comment. I would just ask everyone, please do not engage in ex parte contacts. The planning board members must receive all comments on the record. If you bump into someone at the grocery store, please understand they're not allowed to engage in discussion with abutters, with the applicant, or any interested parties outside of the publicly noticed meetings. All the comments should be made to the planning board via staff or at publicly noticed meetings. And the most helpful comments for the board and the comments that will help SHAB the most if it ends up reviewing a decision will speak directly to the standards enumerated in the LMI Housing Act. Finally, I'll just note that this is the master plan stage. It's really a preliminary stage, and it's a backwards term because the next stage is considered the preliminary plan stage. The master plan stage by law includes it, or is defined as the overall plan for a proposed project outlining general rather than detailed development intentions. It describes the basic parameters of a development proposal rather than giving full engineering details. And the master plan vesting includes the zoning requirements, conceptual layout, and all conditions shown on the approved master plan. So what does that mean? That means that at this stage, rather than looking at detailed engineering details, which would be reviewed at the next stage, the preliminary plan stage of review, the planning board, really the number one thing here is density. With the proposed housing units, what is the effect of that on the environment, on the surrounding neighborhood? And that's really the key for this stage. So the public should just understand this is a different application. This is a different kind of application altogether. There are multiple opportunities for public input. I've tried to be brief because I know we want to get on with the presentation, but please be assured, if you're not heard tonight, everyone will have a chance to be heard before this process is done. I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Amy.
Yep.
Okay, if the applicant is ready, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, before we get started, may I ask, the project team is here that I can promote to the meeting?
Yes, we have Chris Duhamel. We have also John Shevlin. We have John Carter. We have Joe Lombardo. And as I indicated, unfortunately, Mr. Pimentel, due to the problem with his mother, is not going to be able to attend tonight.
Thank you.
We have submitted his report.
Okay, Mr. Kelly, you can begin.
Thank you. My name is Michael Kelly. I'm attorney in Providence, Rhode Island, and I'm representing the applicant. As your town solicitor ably pointed out, we're before the board on a land development comprehensive permit under Rhode Island General Laws 4553-4. The property is a lot 56, plat 92-2. It's approximately 4.77 acres. It's split zoned. There's commercial neighborhood zoning district towards the front of the site, and the remainder is a medium-high density residential district, or R20. Surrounding areas, residential lots, some vacant open space parcels scattered within an R200, R20, CN, and OS zoning districts. As many of you should know, that we have participated back in May of 2019 with a planning board review of pre-application concept, which was consisted of 20 condominium units with 5 structures containing 4 units each. That was then changed after comments from the town. August 27, 2019, the initial application was reduced to 12-unit condominium complex consisting of 6 structures with 2 units each and site improvements and associated waivers. On July 8th, 2020, the TRC reviewed the conceptual master plan. The 12-unit residential condominium complex, 6 duplex structures as depicted on the site plan. Accesses a private driveway from the parcel's frontage on Matunic Beach Road, running through the property. As you can see, as Mr. Duhamel indicate, the roadway is going to basically function as a stormwater collection system also, and I'll let him address that later. The development's proposed to be serviced by public water and a single community on-site water treatment system. Will service all 12 units. The water table on this site is extremely low, about 108 inches. As a comprehensive permit application, as your solicitor indicated, 3 of the 12 units will be deed restricted to low and moderate income housing. According to our report from Mr. Pimentel, the town needs approximately 826 more low and moderate income units to meet the state requirement. This is just a conceptual master plan. The next step is preliminary plan, as you all know, which is much more technical and will address, I'm sure, some of the questions that the participants tonight would like to know now, but unfortunately aren't available at this time, such as exact stormwater issues and other things. As your solicitor indicated, this is under Rhode Island General Laws 4553-4, and I'm not going to go through that any further because I think she covered it very well. As she indicated, the board has the authority to issue permits or approvals that any other local board or official would otherwise be issuing, such as the zoning board, etc. And the affordable housing units will be deed restricted to qualifying individuals for 99 years, and such other period is agreed to, but no less than 30. We've submitted a Rhode Island Housing applicability eligibility letter, and the letter indicates that the affordable units be sold to households earning a maximum of 100% of the area median income, and each of the units will have two bedrooms, excuse me. The low and moderate income units are spread throughout the development. They're going to be located at units 2, 6, and 11. These units will be identical to the other units in terms of the layout, square footage, and architecture. And we've submitted architectural plans to show what these would look like. These low and moderate income units will be built simultaneously with the market rate units. Now, we are seeking waivers to the zoning ordinance under section 301, your schedule of use regulations table, use code 12.1 of multi-household land development project is not an allowed use within the R20 zoning district. And under section 401, the schedule of dimensional regulations density, the yield plan shows the maximum yield of the subject parcel under a conventional zoning would be 6 units. We're proposing 12. However, I'd like to point out that if there were only 6 units on a conventional plan, they could have as many bedrooms as the septic system could handle. Typical house would be 3 or 4 units, 3 or 4 bedrooms, excuse me, which could easily equal 24. And here with the 12 units, we have just 24. We are also seeking a waiver from the subdivision and land development regulations in regard to the distances between the structures, which is required to be under section H9, article 4, 50 feet apart. We're proposing 25-foot separation between the buildings. And the purpose of that was to move the units towards Matunic Road and away from the sensitive areas and potential flood area. As you know, the TRC reviewed the conceptual master plan on July 8th, 2020. And we have provided most of the information that they requested, the letter of eligibility, RI Housing. The monitoring agent will be from the Narragansett Affordable Housing Corporation. We have a traffic study, and Mr. Shevlin, John Shevlin, is part of the team who will address traffic issue. There was a concern about site distance, and in fact, the site distance are more than adequate for the exit and entrance on Matunic Road. The density issue was to be discussed by Mr. Pimentel, who submitted his expert report. As I indicated, he'll have to present at another time. Mr. Duhamel is going to discuss the septic system depicted on the site plan. He will also address in detail location and the buildings. He will address stormwater issues at length, and will also discuss the impact, if any, on the environment as a result of this development. Sidewalks and parking will also be addressed by Mr. Duhamel, as well as emergency vehicle access. I'd like to just let you know what we plan in regard to the presentation tonight. Mr. Duhamel will lead off, and then Mr. Carter, our landscape architect, will address those issues. And John Shevlin will address traffic, and then Mr. Lombardo will address the economic impact benefits of this site. Due to the fact it's condominium development, expecting to have 0 or even 1 student. I would just like to point out before we start the presentation with Mr. Duhamel that the staff report dated November 12, 2020, which is a project review memo, which is very thorough and very well written, points out that this development is in conformance with your 2014 comprehensive community plan, which identifies this property as residential medium high density with allowed densities of 2 to 4.35 dwelling units. This density, as proposed and requested pursuant to the waiver, is only 4.14 dwelling units per acre, which I would suggest to you indicates that this development would clearly be within the purview and consistent with your comprehensive plan. So unless the board has any questions of my presentation, I think it would be appropriate now to turn it over to Mr. Duhamel. As you know, is a professional engineer with Dupree Engineering and has quite a bit of experience in these types of developments in these types of areas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Do you want me to proceed?
Yes,
Yes, please.
Good evening. My name is Chris Duhamel. I'm a professional engineer, Dupree Engineering, and a professional land surveyor. I'm here tonight to review the existing site conditions, the site constraints, the proposed development, and its conformance with zoning, and also to go over the waivers necessary for the comprehensive permit. Again, this is the very beginning of the project. The plans that we have are conceptual in nature, and much engineering is going to be required prior to any construction or prior to any final permitting. To begin, the site is located at Assessors Plat 92-2, Lot 56. It's south of the Holden Road residential development. It's north of the Matunic Village, the Carpenter condominiums. It's about 105 feet wide by 1,950 feet long. It's 4.77 acres. Dupree Engineering has done a detailed Class 1 boundary survey of the parcel. And that's been provided at this beginning level, this master plan level. The site can be accessed. The existing conditions are undeveloped. The site can be accessed on the south of the parcel by a mode traveled pathway. It's adjacent to a 6-foot chain link fence of Matunic Village of the southerly parcel AP 22-2 lot 55. The soils on the site, Bridgehampton, silt loam, and Fortress sand. The characteristics of the soils are very clean, gravel outwash, very well drained soils, rapid draining soils, with groundwater tables greater than 8 feet throughout. There's one area where the groundwater tables are higher, and at the low point of the entrance, where it's about 24 inches in seasonal high water table, but the soils remain the same. They're very rapidly draining soils. We've completed test holes across the site. We've had the soils witnessed by the DEM for approval of the suitable area for a septic system. Elevations on the site range from the entrance along Matunic Beach Road, 105 feet of frontage along Matunic Beach Road at elevation 11, rising to elevation 13. The low point of the site that I had just mentioned is about elevation 8. From that point, that's like 300 feet in. From that point, the site rises to elevation 22. And then it falls back down, leading towards the east to a salt marsh area where it is elevation 2. It's the floodplain on the site is mapped as an AE zone. It's not a wave velocity zone. It's a coastal flood area zone. It's elevation 12. So there are 2 areas of the site that do have the floodplain, one at the entrance on the west side, and then further back into the salt marsh area. It drops to the AE zone 12, then it goes to a V zone within the property itself, but not within any development area. The CRMC has had a preliminary determination issued for the site. It was submitted a year ago in 2019. It was submitted with the wetland delineated for verification, and it was submitted with a potential development plan with 20 units being proposed for 4 or 5 unit buildings. The CRMC recognized the wetland on the site and had given an opinion that the development was suitable at the densities being proposed. The upland area was identified on the CRMC delineation as 2.9 acres. That's with a gross area of 4.77 acres minus the wetland area on site of 1.9 acres. Is about 2.9 acres of upland area. Another aspect of the CRMC preliminary determination was review of the Rhode Island Historic Preservation Commission. And they found that the development did not propose any restrictions on the RIHP and HC requirements. So an approval from RIHP and HC was given at this very beginning level. Of course, again, more work would be needed in the future. The site by CRMC definition is in the Salt Pond Special Area Management Plan. It's considered lands developed beyond carrying capacity with no specific density restrictions on it. The zoning of the site by the town of South Kingstown is zoned within the first 200 feet as commercial CN, and the remaining area of the site being zoned residential 20. From that base zoning, we prepared a yield plan evaluating what the by right development could present. We looked at access from 2 points, one off of Matunic Beach Road. The immediate access in the CN zone, we had a commercial restaurant with 30 seats. And above that, a mixed use with 2 apartments. And then traveling further into the site, we designed 4 duplexes. 2 of the duplexes would be accessed off Matunic Beach Road, and 2 other duplexes would be accessed off a 30-foot right-of-way, existing 30-foot unimproved right-of-way that leads from Holden Road. The reason this established that there were 6 potential units on the site and a commercial retail use that would be allowed by zoning. From that, we did a proposed development plan, which eliminated the access from Holden Street and left that unimproved and not to be utilized for any reason. We prepared access from Matunic Beach Road for sole access to the site. We proposed 12 units, 6 duplex units with a private right-of-way, 20-foot wide private roadway of about 1,000 feet in length. The 12 units would have 2 bedrooms each. The parking for each unit would be provided for as per code of 2 spaces per unit. And then we also provided for 6 overflow parking spots. The duplexes were designed in a Cape style development without garages, without parking garages. And all parking would be outside, 20 to town requirements of 9 by 18 and handicap parking as well. There'd be, of the 12 units, by the standards of LMI development, comprehensive plan development, 25% would be required to be affordable. Of the 12 units, 3 would be affordable, and they are units 2, 6, and 11. They're evenly dispersed throughout the development. The buildings themselves are set as the units are 50 feet wide, 25 feet individual duplex by 45 feet. The width of the duplex is 50, overall width 50 by 45. And the buildings themselves are set back from each other by 25 feet. A waiver would be required for that 25 feet as windows are being proposed. The code for multifamily dwelling would allow for a 25-foot separation of the building. If no windows were proposed, with windows, it would be 50 feet. So there is one of the waivers that we're requesting, that we have a 25-foot separation with because of the windows. The private driveway, again, is 20-foot wide, 1,000 feet long. It has sidewalks from the units to the parking areas. The open space that's being proposed, the minimum requirement under multifamily development is 10% of the upland area of the site. 10% of the upland area would be 12,600. We're providing minimally the green shaded area, as you see on the screen. That's a minimal area of 25,000 square feet. So that's 20% of the upland area of the site. So you can see that more area would be available when we start to look at the drainage closer. The drainage basins might not be nearly as extensive, but at this point, that's a conservative estimate of what we're providing for open space. Leading towards drainage, we understand from the correspondence delivered to the town council that drainage is of utmost concern on Holden Road. There is an existing low area, again, about 300 feet into the site, and that low area extends to the north for the properties that utilize Holden Road as their access. So we took that under great consideration, even at this very beginning design stage. So we looked at the typical design of a drainage system would be to capture the stormwater from the roadways, from the roofs, from the roof leaders, and route them into a closed drainage system and route that down to the low point of the site, and to hold that into an area that would hold that plug of water, that volume of water, and then allow slow discharge at pre-development rates so that there's no increase in runoff rate. That is typically allowed, especially within coastal areas, and especially in an area where no volume is required to be held back. But that we recognize that it's more of an issue on this site, so we are utilizing the most effective way to to dissipate the increase in runoff volume. It's an advantage on this particular site because the soils are so well drained, so rapidly drained, and the water tables are greater than 8 feet in depth. We are utilizing a drainage system for the road where it's going to be super elevated. The road will be pitched in one direction to the south. It'll be intercepted by a gravel trench, and that gravel stone trench will feed a reservoir of stone underneath the roadway to handle the 100-year storm and infiltrate that 100-year storm at the point where the runoff water is generated. And that's the case for the roof leaders as well. We'll have dry wells that will intercept all the water from the 100-year storm and infiltrate at that location. The effect of that is that there'll be a reduction in volume for the runoff water, not just the rate which you would be required to meet, but there'd be a reduction in volume for the 100-year storm, which would alleviate the stormwater flooding, a majority of the stormwater flooding at that low point on the site. Even with those improvements, we will still provide for improved stormwater drainage at that low point of Holden Street. We'll have a rain garden, which will intercept additional waters leading from Holden Road properties that would discharge to that low area, leading from the grass areas on this particular site, and will capture that area, capture that stormwater and promote infiltration at that location. We will also provide for a culvert, an overflow culvert in the event that it would overtop, so that we wouldn't have a dam or a backup at all in any case. That would have a backwater elevation that would lead towards the Holden Street property. So we are very cognizant of what the requirements are to improve stormwater discharge within that Holden Street area, and we're taking every precaution to do that. And that's on the easterly portion of the site, the first 700 feet of the site. On the remaining westerly portion of the site, there is no noticed stormwater requirement, but we're still utilizing the same street design with the same reservoir of stone under the street, the same dry wells for the roof lead off, so that we're decreasing the runoff volume leading towards the west, and then we'll discharge to the wetland area. There's no particular concern identified at this very beginning stage. Of course, again, more work will be provided, but the ultimate design will have less discharge off-site, less discharge in runoff rate, and less discharge in volume to the site. Another concern raised is access by fire safety vehicles, and we've done a truck turning analysis of the access to the site with a 38-foot ladder truck. I'm not certain that a ladder truck would be required on a residential project as this is, but we have designed at the terminus of the private driveway a T or a hammerhead access, given the additional length of the right of way, given the parking area to the west at the end of this roadway, a 38-foot ladder truck to make a 3-point turn and safely exit the site. The roadway itself is 20 feet wide, which meets NFPA requirements. There are shoulders that also are utilized, so the safety access meets NFPA requirements. Working with Power Engineering and John Shevlin, the safe stopping distance entrance to the site has been evaluated, and John will speak to the details, to greater details on this. And working with John Carter, the landscape architect, to provide for a safe stopping site distance at the site. We're providing for the the minimum safe stopping distance at the observed travel speeds, minimum of 346 feet. And again, Mr. Chevlin will speak to that closer. There are several waivers that were identified in order to allow for the comprehensive plan. The waivers are allowing first multifamily use in an R20 zone. It is allowed in the the CN zone, but not in the R20 zone. So zoning bylaws, chapter 301, use code 12.1 would be one waiver being requested to allow for the 12 duplex units. A second is a multi household land development project is not allowed in the R20 zone. A multi household land development project is prohibited in the subdivision and land development regulations. So it's a duplicate of the zoning bylaws, but it's stated again in Article 4, Section H2B. So we're asking for a waiver to that requirement. The relief from the density limit. We've proven that a yield plan allows for 6 units and 30 and a 30-seat restaurant. And the zoning, we're asking for 12 units, allowing for 25% of affordable units. 3 units would be affordable. And this is a waiver from chapter 401, scheduled dimensional regulations. The multi-household land development project, distance between structures, I've mentioned earlier, 50 feet required. We're requesting 25. Again, if we didn't have windows, it wouldn't be a waiver requested. There are many other sections of section H in the subdivision regulations that we identified within the waiver request. We're not particularly requiring waivers, but at this master plan level, there are at least the preliminary plan and the final plan steps to proceed. So at the master plan level, we did not have these completed, but we will have them completed by the preliminary plan level. So those are the waivers. One thing I forgot to really emphasize is the concern about the septic design. And I must say the soils on this site are optimum for septic designs. Being in the special area management plan, the CRMC special area management plan, a critical resource area defined by RIDEM on their OWTS section, it requires that denitrification systems be utilized. And then in this case, being new construction, we can easily cite 2 bottomless sand filters. Each unit each building would have 1 denitrification Advantex treatment system, which would qualify as a denitrification system. And then that would be pumped to a bottomless sand filter located at the high point of the site. Elevation 21 will have the greatest separation to the groundwater table. The denitrification system is state of the art. It'll remove greater than 50% of the nutrients, the nitrogen that's in the waste stream. This is somewhat easily fits within the bright green area that's delineated on the site. The total flow to that area that we're considering by the 12 2-bedroom units is 2,700 gallons per day. If you equate what the yield plan would be, the by right plan with 4 duplexes at 4 bedrooms each, because they're quite extensive in size. The mixed use development with 30-seat restaurant single service, the lower flow of 25 gallons per day, and having two-bedroom apartments above those, the entire flow would be over 3,000 gallons per day, which is greater than what we're proposing at 2,700 gallons per day. So in any scenario, the septic systems could easily be accommodated on this site. We're proposing to have a community septic system, which would have greater oversight, greater requirement for maintenance, outside maintenance. It wouldn't rely just on one homeowner, it would be relied on the homeowners association. So there again is another reason why this is a better solution for septic disposal. One last item on density. The density of this site at 12 units for the site. We utilized the comprehensive plan density of the upland area times 4.35 would yield 12.6 units. Given that we are only providing 12 units, it equates to a density of 4.1 units per acre. If you consider the existing development of the Holden Street neighborhood with 15 lots north of Holden Street and 11 lots south of Holden Street, it comes out to a density of 4.8 units, which is greater than what we're proposing at 4.1 units per acre. If you consider the density of south of our site, the 17 units on 3 acres, it comes out to 24 units per acre. So meaning the comprehensive plan density area is in conformance with a comprehensive plan from a density point of view. And Mr. Pimentel will speak to that in his report and future testimony to a greater degree. With that said, I think I've hit on all the design aspects, and I'd be able to answer any questions as they are developed.
Any board
Chairman, could
members
I-
have any questions for Chris?
Steve, I have some questions and comments, but I'm going to wait until all of the project team has completed their.
Okay,
Um,
yeah, that'd be good, Maria. Then we can, that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
have just two quick questions for Mr. Duhamel. Mr. Duhamel, in regard to the stormwater drainage design, will the final designed drainage system reduce the amount of runoff that is currently coming off this property to surrounding areas?
Yes, it will. It reduce the rate and the volume of runoff.
I don't have
And
any
again,
other
it's by the
questions.
design of the infiltration system, the means of capturing the stormwater at the point that it's created, the excess stormwater by holding it within the voids of stone, by allowing it to infiltrate at the receiving rate of the soil, so that the 100-year storm is infiltrated at that source.
And the type of septic system that's planned, which takes out most of the nitrogen, how does that compare to some of the surrounding systems that are currently located on other properties?
A brief review of the records show that some of the systems have been upgraded to denitrification systems. As systems are repaired, there's no variance that could be had to not include a denitrification system, but many of the systems have not been repaired or have not been constructed due to new construction, so that they are substandard. They don't meet the current regulations. They don't provide for denitrification removal for the protection of the salt pond. So this system is not considered a large system by definition of DEM. A large system would be double what we're proposing. 5,000 gallons per day or greater is considered a large system. This doesn't fall within that realm. So it's a very, very manageable, reasonable system, and it meets all requirements of CRMC and DEM.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, you can bring up your next expert, please.
Yes, Mr. John Carter, landscape architect, will be our next witness.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Carter. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. For the record, John Carter, I'm a registered landscape architect, 960 Boston Neck Road, Narragansett. I was asked to become part of the project team with an eye towards helping to develop this project to be in conformance with the surrounding properties as much as possible, and to lend some assistance to the aesthetics and the ecology of the site. I did walk this site, and I walked Holden Road, I walked this site, and I walked to the south through the Matunic, the Mary Carpenters below. I won't go, and I think Chris did a very thorough job of describing the site. But just a quick brief overview. So it does front on Matunic Beach Road. It's about 105 feet wide, and it extends in a westerly to easterly, and about 3/4 of the way through is the highest elevation, which is around 21 feet. It's about 10 feet back at the road. And then as you continue east, it descends down to a coastal wetland that's contiguous to the pond to the east of that. The present condition of the site is basically where it's vegetated, it's probably entirely invasives. And there's honeysuckle, there's phragmites, there's a variety of other invasives. And also a portion of the site is managed as lawns that look like sort of over spills from the backyards up on Holden Road to the north. The homes that abut to the north are single family homes. They're pretty much either on 5,000 or 10,000 square feet for the most part. Some are a little bit bigger lots. There are a mix of single story and 2-story homes. I did walk Holden Road. I understand that the concern of the people in those homes abutting this project and the aesthetic and the impact on views, either views, if there are any, out to the sound, or views at ground level. So the ground level views are basically to a fence, which is on the northerly side of the Mary Carpenter property. And it's a chain link fence, and it has a variety of sort of invasive stuff growing on it in certain places. So what we've done is, as part of our proposal, and the plan is up in front of you right now, is try to address, firstly, to the north. So where you can see we have A, the letter A, and it's point, yeah, thank you, I was waiting for that. So along the northerly property behind the units is proposed to put a solid fence, and it'll be a cedar fence, 6 feet tall. And there'll be some planting on the project side of it in order to soften it a little bit. But that would be along the entire property line behind the proposed units. Thank you. And then I'm going to go to just sequentially. So B, and you don't have to change the screen, Jay, thank you. But B, yeah, we just have on the plan a sample of a proposed light. So understanding that in addition of what you're going to be looking at in terms of the buildings, the light or lack of light or how the light is treated is an issue. There are requirements for lighting on sites, newly developed sites. But in this case, there's no plan for having any overhead lighting, any post lighting, any street lights. It'll be all done through low-level lighting, bollards, even have looked into some solar bollards, solar-powered bollards, because the parking is remote from the units and it needs to be lit. But it only needs to be lit at ground level, walking level, or sidewalk level. And then the next issue is C, which is right kind of in the center of unit 4 and 5. I think Chris did a good job, way better than I could do, explaining why that's required. So that the denitrification system, these advanced treatment septic systems, one of the components is a bottomless sand filter. And is that what that's going to be? I know some people have them. By now, most people are probably familiar with what they are. We deal with them often on residential and commercial sites, and have found that we can screen them from eye view, from pedestrian level view, with a variety of plantings. There's a photograph on the site plan that is actually of one down in East Mattoonic that we did. And it was actually quite successful. And thank you. So it's that one right in the middle there. And that's right off of Succotash Road. And it's probably bigger than this one's going to be. And we were able to, that's the second year, I think, of growth. And it's done a very good job of obscuring that. And then the other thing is Chris talked about the stormwater and the variety of treatments. And there'll be things that we're not even going to see underneath the road and so forth for infiltration. So it's more of an engineering function, but it's not anything we're going to be looking at. But what you're looking at here that we've got labeled D. So coming into the site for quite a while, there's no buildings. In fact, the first building is over 400 feet in from the road. And those areas are going to be, he referred to them as rain gardens. It'll be a shallow depression in the ground. It'll have a particular type of soil in it. And they will be planted with a variety of plants, which mostly of which are natives, and they're also suitable for that habitat, which is that it has moisture in it for periods of the year, it's dry for periods of the year, and so forth. They don't have any negative visual impact. To the contrary, I think they can be a very positive visual impact also. And then you can see the driveway coming in, or the roadway, and the road is going to be 20 feet wide, and we're proposing to treat it with a oil and stone chip seal. There's a bunch of sort of ways people refer to it, but basically the idea is that rather than having a smooth black asphalt surface, it has a little bit more of a rustic look to it. And the town does a lot of road oversurfacing with oil and stone also, so it's a pretty conventional treatment. And then to the south, as I said, there's a chain link fence that runs along the northerly property line of the Mary Carpenters below. Those buildings are a mix of cottages, there's some trailers. I believe it's entirely seasonal. It appears to all be shut down every year. And so it's got a limited time that it's used. But between where possible, we're proposing a clipped hedge to go in front of that fence. So the front would be on the northerly side, on the project side. And it can be maintained at a height that would benefit everybody. It would benefit the people in the cottages because they wouldn't be looking to the north, and it'd benefit the people buying the new units because they wouldn't be looking into these people's backyards. I think that the project is designed and proposed is going to be an asset, and it's going to be an aesthetic asset. So we're not trying to hide the aesthetics. We're just trying to screen some of the activity in both directions. And then sort of the last landscape element, we talk about an entrance, and looking, and I have that labeled as letter G, in looking along Matunic Beach Road, there's not any real formal or well-defined entrances. And in this case, the developer wasn't asking to do that. Maybe, I mean, this town may require a sign, a town street sign, but some type of way to mark it. So on each corner of Holden Street, there's actually a stone pillar. And it's kind of you can't see them. You can't even see them when you're standing there. You have to kind of look, they're overgrown. But it's just a traditional building method. It's a rounded cobble, beach cobble stone. So we're proposing to put a pillar on the corner. It'll be low, probably no more than 4 or 5 feet high. And it may have signage on it, just marking the name of the development. And then the last thing we did on the plan was we put a list of, we called it a list of suggested plantings. So we have the hedge that we have to consider. We have the stormwater plantings that we have to consider. And then we have just other site plantings also. So our intent will be to try to work with a palette of native plants. It's a rugged environment. There's wind, there's salt spray. So take all that into consideration. There's no plants out there, in my opinion, of any value right now. So I think that's going to be a considerable improvement. We will focus on no tall trees. We're not going to put oaks and maples and things that would grow into tall shade trees, understanding that the residents to the north would be concerned if they do have any views out from their second floors. We wouldn't want to interfere with them. So they would just be to enhance the site and to provide some variety. And at this point, that's the plan. It is a master plan. We have the town has a very strict ordinance, as you know, and we would have to address the ordinance. We would have to develop a detailed plan, and we certainly would do that as the project moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Any questions from the members of the planning board? Hearing none. Mr. Kelly, will you bring up your next witness, please?
Yes, I'd like to have Steve DeSimone address the architecture of the buildings that we've submitted to the board. Steve, if you could just address that. It's part of the submission, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. DeSimone.
Thank you very much. I designed these buildings with DLR Dimensions, which is an architecture firm out of Warwick. They were designed to be in compliance with your strictest zoning regulations, which is in the flooding overlay zone, which all of our buildings are not in that zone. But in order to be as close to in compliance with your regulations as possible, that is what they are designed as. So it's a 60-40 living space split between the first floor and the second floor being smaller. It has an integrated second-story deck so as not to increase the size of the building footprint. And they're 27 feet or 27 feet, I believe, above top of foundation to the top of the house, which is, I mean, significantly shorter than we would be allowed in R20 or CN zoning. and exactly what is allowed in the flood overlay district, which again, we're not in. But I wanted to, maintain a cottage beach vibe without blocking future views from the neighbors to our north. So that's the basic plan behind this design. There are also the 2 bedrooms are on the first level because, we're figuring there are going to be some retirees here, and it's nice to not have to go upstairs. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to fill you in, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? All right,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Steve, in one of the notes there was some discussion about, are there going to be porches in the back, and just in terms of encroaching on that setback in the back. Any comments about that?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking. So in the back, we will have pervious patios. So there will not be decks. There will not be structures there. It will just be a stone patio.
So so I understand there's no waiver requested for the back setback.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. DeSimone from the board? All right, Mr. Kelly.
The next witness would be John Shevlin from PAR Engineering, who's going to address traffic study, which you have before you. It's been submitted, and he'll address those issues. And is there any questions you might have?
Okay, bring him on.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is John Shevlin, registered professional engineer, senior vice president of PAR Corporation up in Lincoln, Rhode Island. PAR Corporation has been asked to complete a preliminary investigation to the potential impact on the traffic conditions of the surrounding roadway network due to this proposed 12-unit condominium development. Mr. Duhamel went through in regards to where the location is. I think the board is well aware in regards to location, so I won't get into that. But as part of our study, we want to look at 2 main things. We want to look at the traffic capacity and traffic safety issues that may be part of this project. So with that, what we did is we started off, before we started anything on the project, we did a extensive data collection for the project in order to help with our assessment. We performed a field review of the study area and the surrounding roadways and intersections. Went out and got some field measurements in regards to the width of the roadways, looked at sight lines, we looked at traffic flows and such. We also went ahead as part of this collection, we asked the South Kingstown Police Department for crash data for Matunic Beach Road between Route 1 and the proposed site. And we asked for that information over the last 3 years, which is typical as far as looking at safety issues for a roadway. So we obtained that information from the South Kingstown Police Department. And then lastly, as far as the data collection, we talked to the DOT and we gathered some information in regards to the traffic volumes that are occurring on the surrounding roadway areas. And these counts that were done pre-COVID. So we were able to get information that was taken at some of their counting stations that occurred before COVID came into play. So we'd have an idea in regards to what the traffic volumes are. So with the traffic, one of the first things that we want to do is regards to take a look in regards to see how much traffic will be generated from this type of use. In order to determine that, we used a manual which is called the Trip Generation Manual, which is put out by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. What this manual does is it provides information for various land uses from studies that are conducted nationwide at similar types of uses. This development, and particularly with the size of this development, the 12-unit condominium, the volumes that would be generated from the site are very, very small. We gave you information in regards to what the traffic volumes would be expected during the weekday morning and afternoon peak hours, and also on a Saturday midday peak hour. What we found based on these other studies is that during the weekday AM peak hour, there's 6 trips that are generated from the site. And the way it's broken down is that you're going to have 2 that are going to be entering and 4 exiting during the peak hour. During the afternoon peak hour, those numbers based on the studies that have been done have been 7 trips over the course of an hour, and that's 5 entering the site and 2 exiting. And then on weekends for this type of development, you would have 9 trips are going to occur, and that's 4 entering and 5 exiting. So as you can see, this type of development is going to have minimal amount of traffic that's going to be added into the traffic stream during the peak hour conditions. And with such small volumes being generated, we anticipate that this development will have no impact at all as far as traffic capacity on any of the intersections or the roadway. As I mentioned, we did take a look in regards to what the volumes were from DOT. So we got information as far as the vehicle counts on a daily basis for Route 1 and also on Matunic Beach Road. And they have those based on continuous count stations. Based on the information provided on Matunic Beach Road, there's about 6,200 vehicles per day that go on that roadway, and that's in both directions. Typically during the peak hours, the peak hour volumes are about 10% of that traffic. So you anticipate about 620 vehicles for both directions during the peak hours, during their peak times on this roadway. Again, adding the 6 to 9 vehicles that we talked about as far as into the traffic stream, and with any analysis you did, you would find that this would have no impacts on delays or capacities on the roadway system or in the intersections. As I mentioned, the other big part of the studies that we do, we want to take a look at safety. So we did 2 things in regards to taking a look at safety. And as I mentioned, one of them was getting the crash data from the South Kingstown Police Department. Over the course of the 3 years that they gave us information, and it was along the stretch of Matunic Beach Road, which was approximately 1.5 miles that we got from Matunic Beach Road from Route 1 down to Holden Road. Of those 7 crashes, what we found is that 5 of the crashes were all involved 1 vehicle. There's one that was a motorcycle that a tire hit a curb. There were 2 with deers. There was 1 that was a rollover, and then there was 1 that was just lost control. The other 2 accidents were, one was a rear end front of the car hit, and then there was a angle crash where a car pulled out and actually hit a fire truck. So we didn't find anywhere along the roadway that showed that there was really any major safety concerns where we saw a pattern of crashes occurring to show that there may be an area that doesn't have a good sight lines or sight distances, or people were speeding or any sharp curves or anything else that would cause any crashes. So we went ahead and we took that into account. We found out, that information, and we saw that there was no major patterns. As I think you heard Mr. Duhamel and Mr. Carter both talked about, the other part of the safety we looked at was the safety analysis as far as being able to pull safely out of the proposed development. As you know, Matunic Beach Road is posted for a 25-mile-an-hour speed. What we did is we went out there, we did a speed study. And in order to do a speed study, we did that because we wanted to find out what the 85th percentile speed is. And that's the speed that 85% of your traffic will be traveling at. That's typically the speed that is used in order to go ahead and take a look as far as sight distance measurements. So using that design speed of 31 miles an hour and not the posted speed limit, we identified in regards to what that sight distance needs to be. So what it needs for a minimum safe stopping sight distance is 210 feet for the safe stopping sight distance. And for the intersection sight distance, which is safe stopping sight distance is the speed in regards to where a car can travel and be able to stop safely in regards to at a certain design speed. Intersection is where you're pulling out of a site and how much time and how much distance you would need in order to safely get across that lane to make that left turn out of the site. What we found, and right now you go out there and you can see there is a curve as you're looking to the left coming out of the site, but you also got to remember that right now the site is fully overgrown, and with the proposed development, there's going to be, as Mr. Duhamel mentioned, a lot of stormwater that's going to be in there. So a lot of that existing vegetation is going to be gone, which is going to open your sight lines all the way down the road and far exceed in regards to requirements that you're going to need for sight distance. As we're looking to the north, as we plow the site, we see well over 500 feet. It's on a straight tangent. And then as you look to the south, we're over 370 feet plus in regards to looking at the sight distance and intersection sight distance. So we're able to meet those requirements as far as the sight distance movements in and out of that site on there. So basically, that's what we did for our study. And, our conclusions as we looked at that is that, with the projected traffic volumes for the 12-unit condominium development, it's going to generate such a small amount of traffic that it's not going to have any impact at all as far as traffic capacity or delays on the surrounding roadways and intersections. The crash data that we attained for the 3-year period for Matunic Beach Road, that there was minimal amount of crashes, 7 crashes, with 5 of them being 1 vehicles and 2 of them being relatively minor crashes. So we don't see any pattern there to show that there's any safety issues that need to be concerned about going forward with this. And then as far as the site distance, as we mentioned before, the site right now is overgrown. It's going to be cleared as part of this construction. And with the roadways and the speeds on the roadways obtained and the site distance measured at the proposed site entrance, we feel that site distance to be able to pull out of the site is more than adequate in order to go ahead and be able to safely pull out of the site. So in summary, we are in the opinion based on the analysis that we did for safety and capacity that this proposed development will not have any significant impact to the capacity or the safety of the roadway network. And with that, I will open up to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shevlin.
Thank you.
Board members have any questions? Okay. Mr. Kelly, you want to bring up your next witness, please?
Yes, sir. I'd like to have Mr. Lombardo testify in regard to his fiscal impact study that was submitted to the board. Mr. Lombardo?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. It's nice to see everyone. Jamie, nice to see you too. Seen you in a while. Just to briefly give you a summary of my report, I'd be happy to do that now. I did want to point out at the beginning, the report indicated that there were 4 LMI units, but as has been clarified and presented tonight, it's actually 3 LMI units in this project. And what that does in my fiscal report, it actually is a favorable result of that. In essence, the gross revenue and the net revenue increased by $6,000, and I'll touch on that as I go through it. So as described, these are 12 two-bedroom condominiums. I've done extensive studies on these types of housing units around the state, which is included in the appendix in my report. It helps me project the population for this development. It also helps project the number of school-age children. As Mr. Kelly said in his opening remarks, we would be surprised if there were any school-age children residing at this development, but for the purposes of this report, I projected that it could be 1 school-age child, which is a function of the numbers calculation using the multipliers that we use in the report. We've taken the information on the sales prices, knowing that Rhode Island Housing has will have set the number on the sale price for those low and moderate income housing units, and that the market rate units are based on what the market will drive and the developers selling them at. But we're looking at producing somewhere around $94,000 of income from this development in residential tax revenue. Obviously, there's some one-time revenue generated for building permits, water and sewer connections, or in this case, not sewer, site plan review to the community and that type of thing. On the expense side, taking the residents that we're showing approximately 25 residents here with 1 school-age child, we have expenses somewhere around $40,000 to the community on an annual basis. And again, these are projections in today's dollars. So if we compare that expense of approximately $40,000 with a revenue stream of about $94,000, there's in excess of $50,000 on an annual basis on a plus side to the community as it relates to this type of development. And as we've said, we've collected data all over the state. We're pretty confident with these projections. This will be from a revenue and expense point of view to the community. It's something that you do ask for and review. It is a positive result to the community. And again, like the rest of the folks on the team, I'd be happy to answer questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lombardo.
Welcome.
Board members, any questions? Hearing none, Mr. Kelly, we'll move on to your next.
Yes, our next witness was going to be Mr. Pimentel.
Oh, that's
You have his report. I could run through the highlights, but I think it would be much more edifying to the board and to the public if he were to present it himself in person or by Zoom, of course, at the next meeting.
Okay,
The other thing I'd like to do is just be sure, and it's probably already the case, is that all of the submissions that have been made by the applicant, in fact, are part of the record of the proceeding. There's approximately 20 documents that we've submitted. I could run through them if you'd like. The application, site plan set, aerial vicinity plan, application materials, waiver letter, the developer letter, comprehensive permit letter, Rhode Island housing letter of eligibility, this impact study, which we just heard about, the monitoring agent letter, a cost estimate submitted by the applicant, deed restriction template has been submitted, construction time plan table, of course, your planner's report. As Mr. Duhamel mentioned, the CRM, C preliminary determination, the soil evaluations document, the traffic report, the architectural renderings, the developer's statement, and the plan narrative and supplemental material that's been submitted by Dupree Engineering. And also,
Amy, that's part of the submittal list of the for the application, isn't it? So we don't need to number those or anything.
Nope, this is Amy. There's no action needed. It's all considered part of the record.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Maria, did you want to address your questions now?
Sure. I see that there are 80-something people
Yeah.
at the meeting, so I want to be brief. I think our role tonight is to listen, ask a few questions, and then listen some more. I did go out to the site, and thank you, Paul and Jay for sending us the drone video yesterday of the site. That's always useful. So just some quick thoughts. The yield plan that the figures and the density were based upon, I do have concerns about the validity of that based on the lot coverage and the proximity to the wetland areas. There are quite a few waivers. The community septic system, I'm always concerned when I see that a space is limited on a site, and a community system is designed because of that. And I'm always concerned about should it fail or become inundated. The CRMC data that we were given was related to a different set of plans, and it appears that their preliminary determination is not the same thing as an assent. They have their half a page worth of concerns on that. Area developed beyond carrying capacity, environmental constraints, and so on. The parcel itself, of course, as we know, is fairly narrow, and going out to the site, there is as I believe the engineer stated, about 350 feet in, there is quite a significant dip. On one of the maps, it shows that the lowest level is 7 feet. And that really looked like a fairly large area where water might pool. And that also leads to the question of how much fill, if any, would be brought into the site. Landscaping, we've just only received that a couple of days ago. And there is quite a bit of invasives, as Mr. Carter stated, including Japanese knotweed on the eastern portion of the site. I worry about how you would actually put in a hedge that would be appropriate for the soils and the site, that would have any kind of lengthy lifetime. AMI 100% is certainly not the same as 80. We're trying to look for what is really needed in the town, and it's 80 and below. There was a summary of sorts that was called Very Good Building and Development Overview, and it talked about creating a development that fits into the location, that is in harmony with the surrounding areas, that makes a transition from the dense southern to the less dense northern, and that it's superior quality and design. And as everyone knows, the burden is on the applicant to prove those things. So I think that's it for now. I really want to hear what everyone else has to say.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Other board members, any issues you want to bring up? Yes, Joe, go ahead.
I just like to ask a couple questions, I guess, of Mr. Kelly relative to the affordable housing component, and just get some confirmation. The terms of the affordable housing, you had mentioned 100%. So I think that was pretty definitive. But as far as the length goes, you had mentioned 99 years, but then a couple sentences later, you mentioned 30 years. So I just want confirmation exactly what the length of the deed restriction would be. What are you proposing?
The Rhode Island Housing and the statute allow the term to be either between 30 and 99 years. And that would be something that the board could determine. The affordable units will be sold to households earning a maximum of 100% of the area median income. As I said before, the units will all be identical to the in size and of the regular market rate units.
So, and I just go back to that, just the confirmation on the length. You're saying that you're leaving it to this board to determine that as one of the conditions of approval, or are you proposing a certain time within that 30-year to 99-year, which is the the amount that the state allows, minimum of 30, maximum of 99?
Yes, the state says a minimum of 30 and up to 99. At the present time, we're not proposing a specific time period, but we will be doing that at the next meeting.
Okay, because again, it goes back to that earlier, what the balance is, the needs of the community versus the impact, and obviously the length of the time factors into that balance. So if we could have that the next meeting, that would actually be that would be great. And then the last question I have, not so much for Mr. Kelly, maybe it's for the for Mr. Duhamel, is relative to the property lines on the
Joe, you muted yourself.
Oh, apologize about that.
Go back to
I just want to know on the survey and on the site visit, if there appears to be any infringements or possible property line disputes. And my only concern is that it's such a narrow site, and the proposed road is right up the back of backside of existing structures. So does there appear to be any infringements or potential property line disputes?
No disputes. There is a clear boundary with a fence to the south that is unquestioned as far as that's the boundary. To the north, there's monuments, iron rods, stone bounds that are found that are defining the property line. There are a couple of structures that I'm noting that are over the boundary in an insignificant way. They're not in an area that's in the that's within the duplex development area. That it's within the low point area, the pond area. So that those can be accommodated without having to remove them and leave them with landscaping. That's what John Carter had proposed, that area being beautified with landscaping. So we're not putting structures there, fill there, or anything of that nature. So
okay, and then one additional question, Chris. Does there appear to be any either cut or fills previously on the site?
No, we did test holes across the site, and they're all good grades. There was one area within the septic area that there was a old homestead. There were 4 posts, granite posts that were found, but there was no fill put in that area. There's no digging down. There was no bricks or anything that you could consider to be fill. It was all natural material, well drained material. So across the entire site. We can put a septic system anywhere on this property. Everywhere was well drained, optimum soils. It's just, we thought it was better for the homeowners association to have one location at the highest point, the less likely to be impact under any condition. That's why we designed it as we did.
And then one last question for Mr. Kelly. I believe it's Mr. Kelly, but someone else could answer that, is relative to the duplexes. You had mentioned that the duplexes would be limited to 2-bedroom each, which would give you a total of 24 bedrooms. And you made that a point to compare that to how many bedrooms you could possibly get with the yield plan, which is a big part of your presentation. If and when we get to that, is that an acceptable condition of approval that there will be no future increases in bedrooms for these structures and on the property?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank
We're
you.
planning, we're just planning for what we have there. We don't anticipate any future development. We would agree that there wouldn't be any future, any additional buildings, and that the structures will be 2-bedroom.
Thank you. That's all, Steve.
Yes, Paul.
Paul Jordan, I just want to reiterate what Maria said about the affordable housing. 846 units needed in town. I also was looking at the plan and have a concern about the 100% on the AMI. I think we definitely prefer to see 80, but I think there's a lot of room for discussion there. That's all.
Thank you, Paul. Pam?
Yes, just a quick clarification. This is for Chris. The neighbors had pointed out in our last meetings their concern about how wet the site is and that there's areas of flooding. I believe you indicated that stormwater runoff would be reduced from the existing site. So can you just briefly tell us what you're thinking of? So are you saying that there's going to be less flooding than there is today?
Yeah, yes. Right now, the site is vegetated. Again, it has well-draining soils, but there is runoff associated with the existing shrub areas, the managed pathway area, the grass area, and it all drains, at least the first 700 feet leading from Matunic Beach Road to the high point. That all drains to that low point, and it doesn't drain south onto the Carpenter properties. It drains west to east down to the low point, and then it drains south, and it collects in that low point, and it could potentially back up and go northerly towards the Holden Road properties, and you saw that concern in a lot of the correspondence that they were getting flooded out, and the flooding wasn't coming from anywhere other than that first 300 feet. That's where the water collects and builds up, and then it either percolates through the grass area or overtops and goes southerly. Well, we proposed with a roadway, an impervious road, and the roof surfaces impervious, that will generate a higher volume of runoff. We propose to capture all that runoff at the point where it's generated and route it quickly into a reservoir of stone, and to allow for the stone to be deep enough so the water backs up in that stone in that area and percolates into the ground, 100% percolates into the ground at the rate that the receiving soil will allow. So if you have a really tight soil, you got to have a lot more stone to hold it, to let it go in. With this soil, it's very rapidly draining. It'll be some less amount of stone. So with that design, we're going to take the 100-year storm. We're going to pipe it into this stone area. We're going to let it infiltrate and disappear, if you will, and not run down the hill and not run down to that low point, and not build up at that area. So by getting rid of the volume, it's going to have less flooding in that low area. So that's the overall design of it. And then we're going to enhance that low area as well. Right now it drains, it has to permeate through the grass soil, which could have some silts in it, to have a lesser capacity to accept the water. We're gonna make it so that it gets quickly to the underlying sand and gravel and is allowed to infiltrate quicker.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll
Okay,
have
any
to
other
look at that a
questions?
little bit more.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, before we,
May I ask a question? Mr. Chair, Mr. Duhamel, I think you mentioned, you of course mentioned that the roadway was going to be a pervious surface, but I believe that John Carter mentioned a number of times that it was going to be oiled and stoned. And I think there's a discrepancy there.
Yeah, it will be impervious. It'll be super elevated, Rich, right now we're considering it to the north, to a stone trench. And the stone trench will feed a 1 to 2 foot layer of clean stone with filter fabric wrapped for long-term protection, to allow for that underground storage.
Oh, so the roadway itself is
Have
going to be.
impervious, pervious gravel in a sand environment with sand on the tires. It'll take a lot more maintenance to sweep the road and all. This design is found to be more effective.
Okay, so it's meant to be impervious. I didn't understand that, so thank you. That's all.
Quick note, this is Amy Goins, legal counsel. Just for the record, that question was from Rich Bourbonnais, town engineer. Just a reminder to everyone, please identify yourselves when you speak. Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Kelly, I was wondering if I could just make a quick comment in regards.
Yes,
to
Mr. Kelly, go ahead.
affordable housing issues. As just briefly, as set forth in Mr. Pimentel's report, despite the fact that the town is zoned residential, about 3/4 of the town, there's only about 8% of all residential land resources that are multi-household and medium-high density. And to exacerbate that issue in terms of low and moderate income housing, the zoning districts that permit multi-unit residential development in any reasonable quantity and residential multi-household and R10 zoning districts comprise a mere 2.8% of the zoned land resources in town. So as such, it's his opinion that the town to realize its affordable housing goals, reasonable density increases should be anticipated and are necessary for the town to reach its goal in any reasonable time frame. And he'll address that further when he testifies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Before we move into the public comments, the board usually takes a break at 9 o'clock. Would they like to take one before we go into the public? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll be back for public comment. Jay, are we ready?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think you're ready to go.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move into public comments section now. I'd like to let everybody know, anyone that wrote a letter or corresponded with the planning department or the town council and presented those letters, those are on file. That information we have. You really don't need to go over it again. To save time, we'd like to get right to the heart of what your issues are with this project. If the person before you is going over the same things that you're concerned with, you can say you agree with them to save time. We do want to hear from you. We're not discouraging comments, but we have 70 people in the waiting room that may want to comment during this evening's meeting. And again, we'll accept comments on this project. I don't expect any character comments for the application or the board or the staff. So having said that, let's, Jay, you can bring in our first attendee. And for the record, state your name and address, please.
First person with their hand raised is Linda Beaudry.
Okay, Linda, unmute yourself and thank you. You have the
hi.
floor.
Okay. Hi, I'm Linda Gerton Beaudry. I live at 27 Holden Road. I want to thank all of you for listening to me tonight. I'd like to address the water problem in this immediate area. You make it sound like it's just water from a roof or from a rainstorm. Have you seen the amount of water that collects in that area? It's insane. The roads flood. Some of the trailers on the adjacent property had been moved. There is a speed bump at the top of Holden Road to control the runoff. Mr. Kelly had mentioned that the buildings would be built away from the flood area. These buildings would be built on a high elevation and the road would be elevated, which might cause the water to pool in those lower areas of elevation. The plans show a water retention area directly behind 21 Holden Road. That is the absolute worst area for flooding. The storm water settles in that area. Holden Road has had a history of flooding, so why contribute to it? In addition, if you look on page 11 of the plan, it shows the topographical map of the area. Those contour lines show the elevation is only 7 feet, but that's the area where it floods the most. I'm just worried that if you change the topography of the land, it will have a negative impact on the flooding. You want to dig up that area and put stone in. We can't change the land. There is an abundance of the water and the runoff will have nowhere to go. The developer is arguing that the soil is adequate to handle the runoff. If there's a history of flooding, then why do you think this water problem will go away? The soil isn't changing. It hasn't absorbed in the past, so what makes you think it will absorb even more water now? The only thing that's changing is the topography of the land when you dig a trench in front of our homes. You tested this soil during the summer drought. Is that valid? If you look at page 6 of your plans, you will observe that there are very few plants that grow in the area. If you look at that picture, that area has no plants because the drainage isn't adequate to enrich the soil. Therefore, nothing survives. You mentioned that you will put special plants in the water retention area. If the natural plants haven't survived, what makes you think your special plants are going to absorb this huge amount of water? It states on page 9 that the slopes of the excavated areas are commonly unstable. You can put all the mulch, straw, and plant cover around this excavation area, but let's hope that we don't have a storm. It seems to me that the storms have increased. We've had to evacuate and make preparations for flooding of stormwater. This problem isn't going away. Let's hope the new seawall holds up, because if not, we're in serious trouble, especially if this parcel of land is dug up. Mr. Carter, have you walked this land in the summer? There are so many people enjoying the sidewalks and walking the beach. I'm concerned about the safety of the pedestrians in the area. Have you ever pulled out of Holden Road? There's a blind corner right where the entrance is being proposed. There is a cute ice cream store directly across from the entrance and also a public beach entrance. Mr. Shevlin, if you study the traffic, it's not automobile traffic, it's foot traffic. Kids are everywhere, including mine. Let's keep the area safe and keep this development out of Matunic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Linda.
Next person with their hand raised is Walter. Walter, if you could unmute yourself.
Hello, how's that? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Walter. Please state your full name and your address, please.
Walter Rezzo, 854 Matunic Beach Road, lot 148. Kind of following Linda's thinking and also Maria's comments regarding the lay of the land and the low spots adjoining. Across the street towards the ocean behind the Vanilla Bean and to the side of the Vanilla Bean, there used to be a drainage area there. Well, when the hurricanes come in, and especially Sandy, I wasn't there too much before Sandy, but when Sandy came in, it filled that drainage area with sand. Now it doesn't drain anymore because it's full of ocean sand, which doesn't really leach that well over there. Apparently, the owner of the Vanilla Bean cannot be forced to dig out that drainage area. So there's no more drainage over there. I fear the same thing is going to happen to this stormwater detention area. I'm not sure what it would take to fill that hole with, their stormwater detention area with sand. But I just worry when that fills up, they're not going to drain, they're not going to fix it. And we're going to be stuck with water flowing into Mary Carpenter's property and drowning us over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
Next person with their hand raised is Mom Surface Book.
Mom Surface Book, please unmute yourself. If you're on a computer, it's on the lower half corner of the screen. If you move your cursor over there, that line will show up. Move your cursor to the lower left corner and that line, that mute will show up. Just click on it.
Mr. Chair, we'll come back to her.
Okay.
We'll go to the next hand raised. That would be Adam Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for the chance to speak to the committee. I appreciate the time. I agree with some of the previous presentations, particularly about—
State your name and address, Mr. Thomas, please.
Oh, my apologies. Adam Thomas. I live at 54 in Mary Carpenter's. My additional comment, in addition to the water and the kids, is just the narrow nature of the site. It really doesn't seem to be wide enough for what's being proposed, particularly with the proximity of the road to the fence as it's currently being mapped out. It really looks like that's encroaching on the boundaries. I just worry about what we're trying to fit into a very narrow space there. It seems like an alternative sign might be better suited to the space if the development has to go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Next person with their hand raised is Deborah. Sorry about that. I'm bringing her in as a panelist by mistake. Deborah, are you there?
Oh, I did it. Hello?
Hi, Deborah. We can hear you. Will you state your name and address, please?
Deborah Gurton, and I live at 27 Holden Road.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
My concern is I don't think anybody realizes the depth and the width of the water. Not only does the flooding of that field that backs into Aho homes The house next to me is, when I tell you it looks like a boat, it is engulfed totally around, about 3 feet of water every storm, whether it rains, whether we have, the hurricanes are worse, it goes right into her house. The road of Matunic Beach Road, on that corner, the whole corner, you cannot travel that road. People in the back, Prospect, Water Street, during Sandy, they were trapped. If they didn't evacuate them immediately, they were trapped back there. This is a death hazard to those people in the communities beyond this point. And it's only going to get worse at this point. The water table is rising rapidly. That front area is, he did said it was only 2 feet down to hit water. So how do you drain into water? It doesn't seem possible. I've been talking to Coastal Resources. She's been on this project for 20 years. And she said, if there was a way, we would have found it by now. They're still working on it. And I know that this has been a problem, and you people have been awesome trying to help us, putting drains in, putting the bump up on our road. So we've been a lot better over the years. We've been there for 35 years. We've dealt with this for 35 years. And this is going to be horrendous if this goes through. Our safety is at stake here, all of us. Because this water has just got to be somehow redirected, and those storm drains are not going to work. The magnitude of water is just beyond what it's going to be able to take. Plus, they're adding water from the drainage of those units into that area. So how is that going to make it any less? I have pictures I've taken over the years. I'm going to put together an album and I will send it to you so you'll know what we deal with as residents in this area. Because I don't think you understand the magnitude of the water that we take. Sandy was breaking, the water from the ocean was breaking over the Vanilla Bean, coming down the front of Holden Road and down into that field, all into Mary's. And it was hours of that happening. We had seaweed all over our houses, all over our yards. It was awful. So I don't understand how these drains are going to help us. And that's all I have to say. I'm concerned about safety. But I will send together a package of the pictures that I have.
Okay,
from
forward
the
that to
storms
the
over the year and the water.
Forward that to the planning department, and they
I
will
will.
distribute to the
I will.
board members and
And I also have a problem. What is the property from the fence to this road? Isn't there supposed to be a buffer zone of so much of feet and opposed to the property line, and they're going to put up a fence? Is it going to be buffered back that many feet? Or is it going to be directly on the property line?
you want to answer that, Chris?
Yes, I don't know. Yes, if somebody could answer that for me.
You gotta unmute yourself, Chris.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't find it. The fence is not proposed on that northerly boundary in that area. The fence is only proposed around the units, the condominium units. So we're gonna have a landscaped area in that area. And I also want to clarify, I don't think I was clear at all, that there's a FEMA flood elevation 12 on the site in this low point area, and the existing grades are elevation 7. So there's a 5-foot flood from hurricane that's anticipated in this area, and no amount of drainage can be accomplished to hold back the sea. The drainage that I'm talking about is stormwater drainage, and the frequent flooding due to the runoff down Holden Street and the runoff potentially from the site reaching that area. The backup of a hurricane and the sand and the debris that's caused by a hurricane will continue. There's no stopping that. Under elevation 12, we'll be inundated. We don't have any houses or any proposed houses in this area. We're not proposing to block flooding. If the hurricane does come up and reaches this property in the northerly property, it's still going to reach there, but we're going to have a drainage system, pipe system that'll allow for it to drain freely if it does reach there. So,
Do you understand that not only is it hurricane, but if we have a thunderstorm with heavy rains, the water is up in our yards.
Yeah, so the
All the
flooding,
way to the front of Holden Road. That water travels all the way. My house sits 4 feet above everyone else's, so I don't get that. I get up around the area, but the house next to me is engulfed in water. And it goes across the street into the front of the other people's across the street yards, in their front of their yards. I mean, how much more water can we, much more water can we take? And that storm that's not gonna take the water. It's not gonna pull back that water.
you're gonna get less water volume from from the southerly site to that low area. Additional drainage you mentioned of having berms channelizing the water of Holden Street away from this area. I could work with Rich Bourbonnais, the town engineer, on to look for different options. I didn't look off site. I'm just looking on site and making certain that we can improve the drainage from our point of view. But if we look off site, maybe there's another means that can be employed. But the hurricane is still going to happen, and then the thunderstorms, we're going to have less volume, less water, and thunderstorms from our site, and we can look at the conveyance of stormwater on Holden Street to see if there's, possibly any other solutions.
Thank you, Chris. Any other comments, Deborah?
Let me see, I have my notes. What about snow removal? How are they gonna get snow off that road if it's with a plow? Like, what are they gonna do?
Typically, in preliminary, they'll have to show an area where they can remove snow.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be identified in the plans for a preliminary presentation.
Okay, because it just doesn't look wide enough. My problem is our street is 30 feet wide. We can barely get 2 cars passing. This is only 20 feet. What happens if a car comes through? How are they gonna maneuver? Was that taken into consideration?
Well, it's illegal.
Like, we have to go on the people's grass. Like, people come onto my grass to pass because you can't get by on a 30-foot road. How do you do it on a 20?
The 30-foot road is the town's ownership. It's not the pavement width. I don't have the exact measurements of the pavement on Holden Street, but the notation, a 30-foot wide public right-of-way, that's the width of the ownership. The pavement is within that. So a 20-foot wide road, 2 10-foot lanes is adequate or optimum for condominiums for travel speeds. John Shovelin can speak to this better.
Well, because people are gonna turn down, they come down our road all the time. People that don't live in the area going to the beach, they come in and it just bottles up the whole road because they don't realize it's not a throughway, and they're on people's lawns turning around. It's awful. So I think it's gonna be worse with this road. It looks much thinner. It's not as wide as our road. Is that gonna be a problem?
But just
Did
to
anyone take
clarify,
that into consideration?
just to clarify, this is Rich Berman, the town engineer. Holden Road is about 20 feet wide.
It is?
The existing pavement, yeah. Yeah, but now the
But we have
the right of way,
frontage.
right, you do, the right of way is 30 feet wide. So the
Okay.
paved surface is 20. So what they're proposing is actually very similar to what Holden.
But with the buildings being so close and the fence on the other side, like, it doesn't look like you could move it, like you can't move anywhere. Do you see the difference on our road on these?
No, I
plans?
do. I understand what you're
Mhm.
saying. It's just that the
Was that
paved
taken into
surface, the actual,
consideration?
yeah, right. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But the actual paved surface is the same as what's on Holden.
So are you trapped back there is what I'm saying. If you can't get
Well-
around, you got 2 cars coming at each other, one coming in, one coming out in front of the 2 condos, what do? Have to back up onto the main road? Like, what, is there a way of getting around? It doesn't look it, because with the retention areas, everything's butted up against that road.
The engineer just stated that 20 feet is adequate. You have 2 10-foot lanes. So 2 cars can pass each other.
Okay.
Yeah, this is John Sheldon from Park Corporation, and it is with with the 12 units that you have here in the small volumes. 20 feet is more than adequate for that this
So
type
if
of development.
a truck, 2 trucks come down, like, we have a lot of problems with the landscapers, with the dump, the dump trucks. It's a mess out there. And we have a very quiet street, but it's always, it's hard with the traffic, with the different cars. And it is, I didn't realize the road was only 20 feet. That's probably the issue. But they do turn around on everyone's lawn. People could just do a U-turn right on the lawn.
Yeah, I think with the layout that they're proposing here, they do have parking areas that there will be turnaround
But if they're all
areas.
filled with cars, how do you turn, like, this is what I'm saying. Was this taken into consideration at all? Only because we live it. I live it every day in my house.
Deborah, this is Jay Parker, principal planner. I just want to reiterate this project currently is being reviewed as conceptual master plan. Those detail-oriented questions in design, technical information would get presented at the next stage, at the preliminary stage of review. Your concerns are definitely noted. I think we all understand what you're saying, but at the next stage of review, there will be a more in-depth analysis to all of the components of the development. So those questions might get answered better then.
Okay, so I will also get you as many pictures. I know all of us, we have pictures, so we're going to put together some kind of an album. I don't think anyone understands what we deal with rainwater. I'm not even going to talk about hurricanes, just rainwater. It's brutal. It is brutal.
And Deborah, Deborah and anyone else from the public listening, if anyone wants to submit information, you can submit it to me. My email address is on the website, and I'm sure we'll get that forwarded to the board at the appropriate time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Deborah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person with their hand raised is Pete.
Go ahead, Pete. You can unmute yourself and you have the floor.
Hi, Dick Eldad, 59 Community Drive. I'm speaking for Peter. How you doing, Chris, John? Haven't seen you guys in a long time. I've researched.
What about me?
I recognize the attorney though. Okay.
How are you, Richard?
Oh, great, great. Fishing's been fantastic, and what can be better than that? No, I've researched the area a lot. I've been here since 1952. We built our house, and my parents retired down here. My mom died down here, and one of my biggest concerns. I don't want to get into the technical part of the development right now. I'll wait till the next meeting. Is the water. In 1970, in the Matunic area, water line, potable water was installed. And today, 95% of that water is asbestos cement water line, okay, which was they used to call transite pipe. If you go to the EPA guidelines, after 50 years, up to 70 years, that water line disintegrates. And the water line's been in over here for 50 years. And just in my neighborhood, people that lived here year round, my mom died of cancer. This is 200 feet around my house. Owen and Maureen Riley died of cancer. Across the street, Mrs. Monahan died of cancer. I forget Jim's last name, but his wife is a survivor of cancer. And Ronnie Bonds also died of cancer. That's within 200 feet. And in my opinion, that the water line in this area, the town should upgrade this to the current standards, would probably be class 52, ductile line, cement line, water line. And I don't think any development or any additional building should be done in here until that water line is checked out, and make sure that flaking, et cetera, or other parts of that water line is not contributing to the deaths of people from cancer.
Okay, Pete. Any other comments? I mean, Richard.
Okay, presuming that Richard is
Go on to the next.
done talking. Next person is Rick. Rick, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I got a few questions.
Can you state your name and address, Rick?
Oh, yeah, sure. Rick Naraki, down at 101 Holden Road, down at the end of this development, all the way at. So a couple questions I have about like trying to say that this is going to fall into affordable housing. I'm not sure how many units would that be? Maybe you can clarify, Mr. Kelly or one of the developers, as to what, like, it sounded like a few of the units would have to fall into that category. Is that true?
3 units are going to be affordable.
Okay, so 3 units will be affordable. I see no difference between any of the units that would characterize some as affordable, some as not. So that's my first just general question.
Well, the law states that they have to be comparable in size and style.
But you just price them lower,
Yes.
so they're comparable. So the next question about the housing, we said that there's going to be 2 bedrooms on the first floor, which I'm not sure what's preventing an owner of a unit from adding a bedroom upstairs, or adding on, or putting up a wall and making it more of a beach community type housing where you're going to put as many people in as you can. There's really nothing from stopping that. And so that's what I'm looking to address also. And you throw out a hypothetical on the amount of kids. Affordable housing. I live up in Providence. I work in Providence. Affordable housing often goes to people with children. So if you have a quarter of that, you're definitely looking at potential for more children, and whatever taxes you're going to generate will be lost to that child, the cost of educating that child within the community. So as you throw out these numbers, these hypothetical numbers, I don't really, you can't say that for sure. And you definitely can't say how many bedrooms are going to be there. I understand they can't add on potentially to the units themselves, but you can do what you want inside a condo. And there is nothing preventing them from doing that. So once you own a unit, you can do what you want to it. Parking. How many parking spots per unit?
2.
2. So you have 24, you have 12 units, 24 spots, and overflow parking is how many?
6.
6. So you have 6 extra parking spots for guests to come. If anyone has lived on Holden Road during the 4th of July or any summer month, you do not have one person coming down. This is maybe even in the summer of COVID, we had houses with 10 people, 10 cars parked on their land. Where are these people going to park? In those 6 spots? Let alone the traffic that comes down Holden Road all the way to the end of my house, turning around in the driveway. These people will be going down to a filled parking lot, which abuts 101 Holden Road, by the way, and be trying to turn around on a 20-foot, like you said, a 20-foot road with a fence. Impossible. It's impossible. And whatever engineer you bring in here is of course going to tell you it's possible, because they're in favor of this proposal, because that's how they're making their money. You guys are joking. No, hold on, let me continue. The vegetation.
Get a little out of hand, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, you bored us for an hour.
Rick, let's keep your comments to the parking issue. The parking is determined by a formula that the town has in its ordinance, and they have met the parking requirements under that ordinance.
Okay. Well, that ordinance is going to fall way short in our real world that we live in down there.
You can't put in, substantial parking, because then you're going to have an issue with drainage and where that water is going to go. So again, they're meeting the guidelines for what the parking is required for a 2-bedroom unit. And
Correct.
that's really all the town wants put in there.
Because
Right.
there's not enough room. To
I mean, I don't know if there's any more room to put parking, but in all reality, where are these extra, like, if there are, you have extra people coming, where are they gonna park? Where would you suggest they park? You can't park on Matunic Beach Road. And so any extra guest that doesn't fit into the 24 allotted spots in the 6 overflow, they might be coming to park on Holden Road and cutting through people's backyards to get to the units, jumping the 6-foot-high fence that you're gonna put up. That's another concern. You think we're gonna want people from those units parking on Holden Road? That's where they're gonna park. Or they're gonna be paying for parking at the town beach? It's
Yeah.
not even.
We're not trying to promote more use of this property. We're not trying to promote, day parking so they can walk to the beach. We're not trying to promote more bedrooms so they can.
It's a beach community. That's what's going to happen, Chris.
That's why it's designed.
And by the way, Chris, it's Holden Road, not Holden Street. I had a hey, you call it the wrong name for an hour also. I mean, just come on.
Rick, let's stick to the subject, please.
Okay, the vegetation that you are going to clear away to put all this stuff down. You're going to be chopping vegetation, which very well does help absorb the rain and water runoff. You're going to take away vegetation and expect the soil to absorb all that water just naturally. No uptake from plants. It's completely fabricated. False. Like there are so many issues here. It's not even funny. And yet you sit here with a straight face telling the community and what the big sell is the $50,000 in revenue the town is going to get. Maybe that's a big maybe on that. This is not the place for these units for so many reasons. But I'll let you continue. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Rick. Yeah. All right, Jay.
1 second. Next person with their hand raised is Mom Surface Book.
There we go.
I unmuted now.
Okay, please state your name and address, please.
My name is Elizabeth Graves, and I live at 121 6th Street East, which is very close proximity to the proposed buildings. The question I have is if this project is approved, what would be the timeline of building? I'm concerned with the noise factor, the traffic of large trucks and building construction materials being hauled in and out. And the charm of Matunic is being a quiet beach community where we go to relax. All that kind of noise will ruin that whole feeling of a rural area that is with farmland and people who observe being quiet and they enjoy that. The second question is, have you considered displacing the wildlife in that area? In 40 years that I am living there, I made friends with foxes, with woodchucks, with squirrels. Now, there are some living in that area, and I'm sure we even had a huge turtle that came into our yard. Did you consider the impact of raising that whole area? Where are those animals going to go? Under my house? I already have somebody living under my house. It's a family of woodchucks. I don't need another renter under my house. So that's my question. Did you consider the impact of the wildlife on this area? It seemed to be like a nice protected area for them to hide. And where are they going to go?
Chris?
Yeah, my first question was about the noise effect of buildings.
1,000 feet of road is Mr. DeSimone has built much greater lengths of road in short order. So 3 months, 6 months, thereabouts. The houses would fall after that. Everything is built in one phase. The wildlife, we're preserving the majority of the site as undeveloped. Yeah, I witnessed the wildlife being on site as well during the test holes. A skunk family was out there. So the wetlands, the proximity to the wetlands and the buffers around that, that's where I would expect it. A wildlife biologist will look at this at CRMC when we're submitting it to CRMC for their review. It's something that's detailed in nature at the next level. It's not at this master plan level. We have a preliminary determination now from CRMC that says even a graded development, a 20-unit development could be approved on and they did approve it on a conceptual level. So there is that positive review at this point.
Chris, you had a construction plan that you submitted as well, didn't you, as part of the application?
It was to be
That's
built.
correct. Yes, Mr. DeSimone submitted a construction plan and a budget, et cetera, which is part of your package.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mrs. Graves?
Yes, you never mentioned the bicycle traffic on Matunic Beach Road. A lot of kids ride their bicycles, elderly people ride their bicycles. It's not just foot traffic. There's a lot of other traffic than just cars. And I go down, up and down. I spent 5 months down there this year. It was a blessing for COVID because I could sit outside and be away from people and not having to interact with people who might give me COVID. And I yet to see all people drive at 25 miles an hour. They are not. On the beginning of the road is 35 miles, but I don't see people slowing down to 25. And that is a big concern as far as the traffic. If you think that just because you put up a sign that is 25 miles an hour, people are going to observe that, there is a lot of traffic from the pubs on the end of middle of the road down at, and they come and go and they are speeding on that road. So somehow I think if you consider doing that, you also have to consider the traffic. It's not as easy as you are projecting it.
Well, I think the traffic engineer did address that in regards to sight lines along that area, that stretch of road, they'll actually be improving with the clearing of the property along the roadway. So there's sight lines up and down the road for people coming in or leaving that development. Should be able to see, have a better visual than what's there now.
Mr. Chairman, might add, Ms. Graves, you are correct. The posted speed limit is 25, but the speed study that we did showed that the 85th percentile speeds go more than like 31 miles an hour.
Right.
And that's not to say that's the highest speed that goes, but we based the design speed based on the 85th percentile speed, and it is 6 miles over the posted speed right now. So.
On the end, I really don't think that project would fit Matunic because I've been living there for 40 years and it will lose some of its charm with this development. It just doesn't fit the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Graves.
Next person with their hand raised is Walter.
Go ahead, Walter. Please state your name and address.
Walter Rizzo, 854 Matunic Beach Road, lot 148. Thank you again. I think Mr. Duhamel said that the sewage system was built to handle 2,700 gallons per day. Well, at 12 units, potentially, that's 225 gallons per unit per day. So while we're sitting here, I did a quick Google search. The average American family uses more than 300 gallons of water per day. So at the end of the month, you have 27,000 more gallons than what the system was designed to handle. And I think that's kind of a problem. And if Mr. Duhamel want to address that, that'd be fine. Also, Mr. DeSimone, I was wondering what you think the price point for these units are going to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the DEM regulations do a conservative analysis of flow, and it's based on bedrooms. 115 gallons per bedroom. There'll be 2 bedrooms, 230 gallons per unit. Times 12 units comes up to 2,760 gallons per day, and that's a conservative estimate that DEM requires the septic system to be built to.
And as far as price point right now in our budget, we have them at 650,000 per market rate unit. And I believe it's 285,000 for the affordables.
Okay, I guess Walt is finished. Jay, we can go on to the next.
Next person with their hand raised is Clifford Dutrumble. Clifford, if you could unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello, Clifford. We can hear you. Please state your name and address.
Very good. My name's Cliff Dutrumble. I own the property at 131 4th Street on Mary Carpenter's. And I'd be facing probably the middle of this development, okay, from my house. And first thing I want to say is that, first of all, the low and medium income units, okay? I guess that gets the developers into a specific niche in the regulations so that they have 3 out of 12 units are low to moderate income, okay? And I think they're building on the back of the low to moderate income people to get this thing through. But I did think I heard that they're basing the income level for this low or moderate thing on 100% of the average income of the state or the town or something. If they're doing that, they're not considering low or median income, maybe medium to a certain extent, but they're using the context of low and medium income to get them into the niche where they can do this thing. And secondly, I believe the legal counsel, Amy, pointed out that this project must comply with all the zoning regulations, okay? That should be a dead duck done issue right there. They want a 50-foot, you require a 50-foot separation of units versus a 25-foot requested. The plot land would justify 6 units. They want 12. You're not supposed to have multifamily use in an R12 location. They want to change that. Plus, they want to put a restaurant on there. So how does that, I mean, that's a joke, the restaurant. Okay, now I'll get off of that. But the next thing is the buffer space. And someone already brought this up, so I won't belabor it. But I've been involved in property development all my life. You have to have a buffer between the residents, in this case, in the front of the property, and a buffer in the back of the property. And that's usually 15 feet each. And that would leave you with nothing to build those condos. Third thing is the sewer. This thing about the denitrification system, okay? How does that actually work? Is that just a natural filtration system? Is it powered by electricity? or what? Because at some point, electricity will fail. I don't know how it works, but I think that thing's going to become overpowered if it is powered by an outside force. Is going to be a problem. And then if we have substantial rainfall and everything, it's going to get overwhelmed. The property basically is very narrow and very long, and it's not a desirable piece of property. Okay, the person that owns that, unfortunately, has not a very good piece of property to sell there. They can only sell it if you in the town will grant all of these variances, which Amy had indicated the project must comply with all of the zoning ordinances. Okay, so I think that's a bad point. The 20-foot roadway, okay, you can get cars going 10 foot in each lane going back and forth. That's fine. The fire trucks, come on, let's get real. Fire trucks on the average, and I'm being conservative here, are 35 feet long. How do you turn around a 35-foot long fire truck in a 20-foot wide roadway? And let's not get confused with the previous discussion about the 30-foot right of way and the 20-foot tarred pavement. They only got 20 feet. And you don't turn around a truck in 20 feet, that's 35 feet. And usually they're longer than that. All right. The other thing is this thing about the children. They're projecting one child for 24 bedrooms. You drive up and down any road in Connecticut, Rhode Island, I don't care where it is. You go by 24 bedrooms and you pick up one kid, you let me know where that road is. It doesn't exist. And if these people are low and moderate income people, they're gonna have more than, they'll have 3 kids at least. They'll have 1 each. And there goes your $45,000 per kid versus a $90,000 tax. You get 3 people, that's $135,000, and you're taking a loss. So I guess I talked enough about it, but there's a few things to be answered there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Clifford. The fire department will have to sign off on the final road design, and they will have to show that a fire truck or emergency vehicles can enter the property and turn around. Amy, did you have any comments you wanted to make?
Yeah, this is Amy, legal counsel. I should clarify, because if it was misunderstood by one person, it may be misunderstood by someone else. And, you know, I tried to run through that quickly. So let me clarify. It is a requirement under the law, under the LMI Housing Act, that the proposed development be consistent with the zoning ordinance, or where variances or waivers have been granted, local concerns that have been affected by the relief granted do not outweigh the state and local need for LMI housing. So two choices or two options for the board to make that required finding. Either it's consistent with zoning, which we know it's not because waivers, certain variances are required, or the board would need to find local concerns that have been affected do not outweigh the need for LMI housing. So again, that balancing test.
Thank you, Amy. Let me just say this. 3 low and moderate income housing units requiring about 5 or 6 variances. I say that's disproportionate. Thank you.
Thank you, Clifford.
Next person with their hand raised is Caitlin Quirk. Caitlin, if you can unmute yourself.
Caitlin, take your cursor and move to the lower left corner of the, your computer screen. And you should see mute there or unmute.
Caitlin, we'll give you a few more seconds and then we'll go to the next person with the hand raised. Okay, we'll come back. Next person with the hand raised is Karen Swoboda.
Hi, my name is
Karen.
Karen Swoboda. We own property. My husband and I own property at 68 Holden Road. I just have a couple of things that I'd like to say. I've attended several meetings about this topic, and I just find the presentation tonight a bit disingenuous in the sense that I feel like this team consistently talks about, well, we asked for this before, and now we've fallen back to this, from the number of units to the restaurant, all of those things. You know, we know what you asked for. We know the nature of the neighborhood, and I just find it, you know, just because it could be worse doesn't mean that what you're proposing is good for the area. The other thing that I find appalling, frankly, is that the traffic study did not take into account the heavy pedestrian usage of that area and the incredible danger of the curve where Vanilla Bean is on Matunic Beach Road that is really close to where the entrance exit site for this development would be. I think that it's an accident waiting to happen. And frankly, it's great to know there were only 7 accidents involving motor vehicles over the past number of years on Matunic Beach Road. What I'm concerned about is whose loved one is going to be the victim of a pedestrian involved accident on that corner. And I've gone in and out of Holden Road enough time over the years to know that cutting back that vegetation is not going to improve the curve in the road that makes it very difficult to see. So that's concerning. And then finally, I wonder a lot about whether or not there are any deed restrictions in these units regarding renting to people who are not related to one another. That's caused a lot of problems in neighboring communities that are much larger and have a much higher rate of rental than this area in Matunic. Most of the homes on Holden Road are single family, owner occupied or owner family occupied units that are not rented on the market for vacation rentals. So the concern that I have is that these 2-bedroom units will be purchased and then rented and cause way more traffic and way more noise than what this incredibly quiet neighborhood is used to. If you look up and down Holden Road, you'll know that many of the homes, ours included, is occupied by a single or a couple of elderly people. It's not a typical summer rental neighborhood. It's a very quiet neighborhood. And I'm concerned about the character of that neighborhood being preserved. So those are my comments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Karen. Mr. Shovlin, was there in the police reports that you researched, was there any reports of pedestrian accidents as well?
There was none. There was none provided to us. All the
Would
accidents
they be
were
typically reported in a?
They would be. If there was any, there would be included in the accident report. If anybody went ahead and was in any kind of accident, it would have been reports to the police, would have been within the files.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next person with their hand raised is Caitlin Quirk. Caitlin, if you could unmute yourself.
Take the cursor in the lower left-hand corner of your computer screen.
At the top of, the top of that list, it says 3 phoning callers. Do they maybe on cell phones need different instructions for unmuting themselves?
I believe it's *6 to unmute yourself.
Yeah, but if they're typing their name in, they're attending via Zoom, so it's not a phone-in caller that has their hand raised. We'll come
Jay,
back.
we had her up before and she couldn't get it unmuted, correct?
Correct. We'll come back to her in a second. Next person with their hand raised is Robin. Robin, if you could unmute.
Yes, how you doing? My name is Mark Crosley, 854 Matunic Beach Road, lot number 18. I am one of the people right on the back edge where that road is going through. And my concern is how close that road is to the fence itself, even with the hedges, that these cars will be coming 3 to 4 feet from all the houses that they're gonna be going by. Without a variance, that's gonna be kind of crazy. Nobody has said how close that's gonna be. Does anybody know, or they don't?
Chris, do you want to answer that?
I'm not certain I understand the question. Are you on the northerly boundary of?
I am 18. I'm right at the top of the hill.
Oh, you in the
Against the
campground area?
fence. Yeah, it's correct. We're at Mary Carpenter's.
Okay.
Okay, so the road is,
After the hedges, then comes the road.
the road,
The driveway into
5 feet of
the
the fence.
the
if
site,
that's
how
any
far
help.
is it off that?
The road comes within 5 feet of the fence at this point.
Within 5 feet. So those cars, that traffic will be coming 5 feet from everybody's property in that back row. Which sounds
Back
kind of
row-
crazy.
The
Go ahead.
back row is isolated or protected with a 6-foot fence at the
Yeah,
park.
I understand that.
Touched it all, and then John Carter has a buffer plan to shield that fence even more, to shield it from your backyard views, if you will be shielded, that you won't be able to see the road.
Okay, so all right, so I understand then. So from the point of that fence to after the hedges and where that road starts is approximately 5 feet.
At this point, yes. Again, we're in the preliminary design aspect of it. We can't change the grade. We can't touch the fence, so.
Oh, I understand that. Huh? Yeah, like a few people have said, there's no variance between property lines on each side. Are you asking for different variances?
It's a driveway. There's no variance required for.
I don't believe.
Because you consider that a driveway because it's
Yes.
private?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so that's how you get around. Okay. Well, I appreciate you listening and thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
All right.
And the last person with their hand raised is Caitlin Quirk. Caitlin, if you could unmute yourself. Caitlin, if you're having difficulty connecting.
Oh, she's unmuted.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi,
Please.
my name is Caitlin Quirk.
Oh, you just cut out.
I'm sorry, can you hear me? My name is Caitlin Quirk.
Yes. Your address?
I live at 45 Sawmill Drive in North Kingstown, Rhode Island.
Okay.
I grew up in East Matunic,
ahead,
Rhode
please.
Island. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
I grew up in East Matunic, Rhode Island. I was just wondering what your intentions were and what your potential consequences are of this development.
Well, I'm not sure how you want that question answered.
I just think it's a question that everyone really wants to know, like what the actual pure intentions are, why this is happening, and the consequences. That's of any behavior, the intentions and consequences. So that's a pretty valid question, I think.
Well, the owner of the property has a right to to request a, you know, the use of their land. So that's what we're here for. We're hearing an application for a use of their property, and we have to find findings and conditions, and if so, conditions of approval to either grant it, or if we're going to deny it, we have to have reasons on why we're going to deny it. But we have to hear the application. We have to take testimony on the application, and we will listen to the neighbors and the abutters and listen to the community. But it's a process, and they have a right to ask this of us.
I agree, and you've said this all night long, so I'm respectfully agreeing with you, because I feel like you're just repeating yourself with different words. However, I agree with Linda, Deborah, Rick. I mean, the vegetation, the beach grass, that's why all the land over there is protected by the DEM. There's a reason why that it's protected, and it's right there, it's neighboring. And it's below that line. So what are the consequences? That's what I'm asking. What are the consequences when it goes wrong? Because a lot of plans go right, or they think the intentions are right and pure, which is great. I'm not disregarding that. However, what are the consequences? And you might not be able to answer that. I'm just saying, think about that. I'm not expecting an answer.
We're gonna have to deal with the what if, the design constraints at a very detailed level at the preliminary plan stage. The CRMC will review that, the DEM will review that, Town of South Kingston will review that. So this isn't the end of the design process. This is only conceptual beginning of the design process. So a lot of the answers aren't available tonight.
I respect that, but just like Linda stated and Deborah stated, like 24 parking spots, that's so much. And just if you have a free moment, go enjoy Matunic Beach and just take a quick little walk down, and you'll clearly see if you have a car that's larger than mine, which is a 4-door car, you cannot have a van or an SUV or people coming from out of town visiting with a large SUV park. And I understand the road extends, but it's just not realistic, especially with the water and everyone's worried about safety. This is an actual safety issue. And speaking with the ordinance, like your words of the drainage, it just really just take a walk, even when it's humid after a night after just rain, like Deborah stated, just pure rain from nature. It's not good. Your car will sink, the sewer, like it's just a mess. So I'm not expecting an answer. I'm just saying, just take that into consideration. Like the DEM protects all the beach grass. Plows can't even come in and plow snow because they have to protect the dunes. But you want to put this in? It's just a disaster.
Understood.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you for your time.
Next person with their hand raised is Carol. Carol, if you could unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Carol Ross, I live at 101 Holden Road, and I have a concern about the retention ponds. And my question to you is, are these going to be open at all? The map I'm looking at has blue, which tells me it's open, but then I got the landscaper's pictures and it looks like there's foliage growing over it. Now, are those completely contained now, or they're going to be open to the surface?
The detention basins will be open and they'll be landscaped to meet DEM specifications and to also provide an amenity to the area.
Okay, well, my concern, because of the open areas of water, which will accumulate in 3 areas on this site, that's going to be stagnant water. We have a mosquito problem on Holden Road already. I'm sure that everybody will vouch for me in that area. And at the end that I live at, the far east end where it slopes down again, water collects on the bottom of the street. And if these retention ponds have stagnant water, we're going to have more of a breeding ground for mosquitoes. And we'll have Triple E, we'll have West Nile, and it's a health hazard. And I don't think this has been addressed. I have written a letter about it, and I think the board knows my concerns. But as a healthcare professional, I think this is a serious consideration, and I haven't heard anybody mention it. So I'm bringing it up once again. And these are serious diseases, and I don't think we need to have more mosquitoes. We have our fair share already here on Holden Road. And I do have one more question for you. Did I hear right when you said there were 4 waivers that you were seeking? Is that correct?
I had read off the waivers and submitted the waivers, variances and waivers, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's a number of items that would be submitted at the preliminary plan stage.
Okay, now the waiver, am I correct in saying one waiver is for the 12 units, the 12
Yes.
duplexes? The other is what, the R20 for multi-household?
Yes.
Yes.
And what are the other 2?
Two of them are concerning the use of a duplex or multi-housing on R20. That's both in the zoning code and the subdivision and land development regulations.
Okay,
And then there's a dimensional regulation for allowing for 12 units. And again, we are conforming to what the comprehensive plan density would allow. And then lastly, there's a separation between the units.
the 50 feet, you need the 25, you want it to go down to 25, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, all right, thank you. What can you say to me about these retention ponds in terms of the breeding ground for mosquitoes?
I'm noting your concerns and I'm going to address those in the next design phase. There are wet basins that you could consider in a stormwater management system. And with your concerns, I'm going to make sure we don't consider those.
It only takes one person to get triple E, and we'll have, health concerns for everybody.
We know Triple E very well.
I'm sure you do.
I live in Westerly and we've had it many times.
So I'm sure you share my concerns in that case. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carol.
Next person with their hand raised is PFA Office.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please state
Oh,
your
great.
name and address, please.
My name is Stephen Grasso, 540B Matunic Beach Road.
Thank you.
I haven't been involved in this process, so I apologize. I had a few items I wanted to bring up. One is as far as traffic goes, the intersection and introducing an intersection on a curve seems a little bit insane to me, but that's something I would definitely be concerned about. But the other thing that wasn't talked about at all is the fact that there's 2 streets exiting onto Matunic Beach Road in such close proximity. So that seems a little bit odd, and it seems even more odd that it wasn't discussed as far as a traffic study. And the second thing I just wanted to ask a question was about these 4 variances that are being requested. I would imagine in order to get a variance, there needs to be hardships. And I haven't heard anything about hardships, and forgive me, I might have missed this conversation. But I can't imagine what they are, and that would be my points. That's it. Thank you very much. If you could discuss the hardships a little bit, I don't know if that's possible, but.
Yes, Amy can address those.
This is Amy, legal counsel. This, again, is different from a conventional subdivision or land development application. If this were a regular application, the next step would be to the zoning board, and the applicant would have to show hardships as part of any variances required. Because this is a comprehensive permit, the planning board here does not have to find a hardship. The request for variances or waivers from what is in the zoning ordinance or the subdivision regulations need to be balanced against the need for affordable housing. So in many ways, a comprehensive permit takes what's in the zoning ordinance and empowers the planning board to grant relief from the zoning ordinance, and forces the planning board, in fact, to balance the requirements of the zoning ordinance against the need as identified by the General Assembly for affordable housing. So to answer the question, they do not need to prove the standards set forth in the zoning ordinance for a variance in order to receive relief from the zoning ordinance requirements.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or concerns, Steve?
That's all. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next person with their hand raised is Robert. Robert, if you could unmute.
Yes, hello. My name's Robert Atkinson, 854 Matunic Beach Road, unit number 41. And this has to do with the drainage into Mary Carpenter's. How will this be affected by this proposal? Did a lot of talking about the drainage on the other side into Holden Road, but there's a drainage problem that we who live in Mary Carpenter's considers real. On the south side of the road, the land in Mary Carpenter's to the left of Unit 1, as you look at the map, is actually 6 feet in elevation in Mary Carpenter's. This is lower than the proposed road and the proposed site. So question number one, is the road in the proposed site going to be paved? And number two, with the gravel underneath the road and the elevation of the trailers and cottages in Mary Carpenter's going to be lower than the road, where is the water runoff from the road and the seepage under the road going to go, except into the campground? That's my questions. Is there any answers?
Chris, you want to explain the drainage
Sure.
along the roadway?
Yeah, if I understand the location, the low point of the site, which drains to Mary Carpenter's Road southerly, that drainage pattern will continue. You will still have runoff from Holden Road, from this property, draining southerly to Mary Carpenter's Road. And we don't want to block that up because that would cause a drainage, exasperate the drainage problem on the Holden Road properties. We want to keep it as it is going, but we're going to create less runoff by infiltrating more of our site into the groundwater table, so that there's less volume, less runoff rate than what you're experiencing today. So we can't make the water go uphill. It's going to continue to drain as it does today, but there's going to be, because of the improvements that we're proposing, there's going to be less volume and less runoff.
Okay, but with that road only being 5 feet away from the fence of Mary Carpenter's, and it's going to be crowned, I'd imagine, one way or the other. There's no crowning of the road?
Super elevated. It's going to pitch one.
Which way is it going to pitch?
At this point, it's pitching north.
Okay. So you don't feel that any of the runoff and any of the terrain that used to be terrain and open land that would accept seepage, which now might be paved, and even the parking spots, which will be paved, that eliminates any seepage into that good soil that you talked about earlier. Where do you
You're
think
accurate.
all that
That's
water is
true.
going to go? What?
That's true. You can pave the surface, it would create more runoff, but instead of
Right.
piping it down to the low point, we're capturing it in a stone trench, and we're the stone trench is connected to a 1 foot to 2 feet of stone under the pavement, which would fill up and then infiltrate at that point. So
So you don't feel that any of the runoff is going to run 5 feet from that road or this proposed site into Mary Carpenter's campground? Is that correct?
that's correct. Well, you could do that in another number of ways to safeguard it. We're pitching the road away from Mary Carpenter's, or it will have a Cape Cod berm.
Yeah.
There's a number of ways, and those details are stating theoretical now, but they have to be designed, engineered, submitted to the regulatory agencies, the state, the CRMC, the DEM, to gain approval first, and then come back to the town, and the town review all the calculations as well. So we're at the very beginning of this stage, and that's these are what we've employed in the past. These means have been successful on other sites, and that's why I'm stating them tonight.
Well, because if that pitch is not pitched back into the proposed site, that water will run in like 15 feet away from my house. That's where the water will run and the seepage will go. And not only my house, is at least 20, 25 houses that would be affected by that in that area on the campground side of the fence. The other thing I wanted to say is I have to agree with the person who spoke a little bit earlier that how many variances, that is changes to ordinances, do we need to approve to get this housing area and proposed site going that no one in the area really wants? And that's my comments.
Thank you, Robert.
Yep.
Next person with their hand raised is Zell24 in Cath. I hope I pronounced that right.
Actually, yeah, you did. Hi, my name is Paul Zielinski, 13 Holden Road.
Okay, go ahead.
A couple of things. First, I would like to say that we agree with all the statements tonight, but the two things we have relate to the tax revenue. A lot of the tax revenue is going to be based on the $650,000 that you will charge for the market price units. Is that correct? Is it? I mean, is that right? The value of taxes is based on the $650,000 units?
You want to answer that, Mr. Kelly?
Joe Lombardo, are you on? All right. The economic impact study calculated the taxes on all the units and then deducted what the expected expenses would be. And that's how it was arrived at the net benefit of about $40,000 to $50,000.
All right, so then your market value units you're going to sell for $650,000. I did a quick look at Zillow of all the houses on Holden Road, private houses that are 2, 3, 4 bedrooms, and with the exception of a few, none of them come close to $650,000, and you're going to charge $650,000 for a 2-bedroom condo. I think that's a little crazy to think that, and I don't think you're going to generate that kind of revenue. And we won't get that in the taxes. That's, I don't know where you got your $650,000 value from based on market value that I'm seeing right now. So that's my one concern. Yeah, my second concern is when we do a calculation of what the pricing for the low income or the affordable housing, people would have to have an income of about $79,800 is 79 per year to for 285,000. Is 79,800 considered low income? Affordable?
Because I qualify.
The calculations were based on 100% of the median income in the town. Okay,
Okay.
Yeah,
and that would equate to a top selling price of $282,000.
okay, and that would equate to
based upon
an annual
state
salary of,
statistics.
yeah, that would equate to a salary of almost $80,000 a year annually. I don't know many people, who
Correct.
are quote unquote low income, who are making $80,000 a year annual salary.
School. Well, you're talking about if it's a married couple, you're talking about joint income. You're talking about policemen, firemen, teachers, etc. People that you live near, people that live in the town that make that amount of money, either jointly or singly.
Right, but what is
There's
how is that meaningful affordable housing?
How is that? Yeah, meaningful affordable housing. I mean, when I think of that, I'm thinking of people who are probably making under 40,000 a year.
We're following the state guidelines, and that's how it was calculated.
Okay,
Final
but if it's
prices,
not meaningful
low
affordable
and
housing,
moderate.
Yeah, then I don't think you can classify it as meaningful
affordable
housing. Okay, so you answered my question. So those are my two concerns.
Thank you.
I appreciate your input. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Next person with their hand raised is Zach. Zach, if you could unmute yourself.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
So I have a couple concerns.
Just state your name and address, please.
Yep, I'm Zach. I live at 27 Holden Road. I heard you guys mention, Chris mentioned that they're gonna have the road pitched to the north away from Mary Carpenter's, and that's a huge concern, seeing how that's where the water all goes now. And you don't seem like you're gonna fix that issue now. You're just gonna keep pushing it our way. You can't leave water into water. It's just not gonna happen. You can put as much drainage as you want in, and just water table is too high, just not ethical. Besides that, what comes down to like the fire department and emergency, like it is a very narrow road, and I don't see that happening that you can get trucks in there. I mean, if you're gonna get a decent size emergency in there, you're not just talking one truck, you're talking multiple trucks, a command center, like you need people there. There's gonna be, obviously, parking lots are gonna be full. It's just doesn't make any sense, and it's a huge safety issue. I see it all the time. It's, you know, and if it's gonna go through or whatever, I just want to know what the plan is. You know, Caitlin earlier mentioned consequences, like what's gonna happen when it does fail. You know, I think people just want answers. It's, you know, everyone wants to talk about what's gonna happen, but what's gonna happen when it you know, when it does fail. The other issue I have is, or question is, the road that you guys are putting in, is that going to be a town road, a private road? I don't know if anybody can answer that.
Private.
So who's going to be maintaining this quote on vegetation that everybody seems to want to be planting, and who's going to maintain that road, plowing it, you know, dealing with it when it starts undermining, when the water starts rushing, that it does. I've seen it. I lived there when Sandy hit. I'm gonna send you guys pictures of the 5 feet of water in our backyard, the undermining, you know, bushes getting washed away, the fence breaking. You know, I could have had a yard sale with the amount of stuff from Mary Carpenter's in my backyard. You know, and that just goes back to the whole issue that, you know, the consequences. Who's going to pay for this? Who's going to pay for when the water's in my basement? You know, it doesn't need to come to this. It's, you know, like I said, I think people just want answers. That's the biggest thing. One other question too is the when you guys are going to grant the variances, does that mean like I can, you know, rent my house out for multiple bedrooms as a multi, you know, like whose call is that? Is the question, you know. I don't know if anybody has any answers to any of this. especially that it's gonna be a private road. We just wanna know who's gonna maintain it to keep it looking nice. If it's, you know, obviously gonna be built nice, who's gonna maintain that? We see what's going on all over the state with everything being built by the state, lack of maintenance, budget problems. Is it gonna look like crap in years come down the line? I mean, that's not what we want. So,
Typically, a homeowners association is formed and it's funded by the developer. The initial value, a maintenance schedule is required through CRMC and DEM permitting. Reports to the town are typically required that maintenance is being performed or that the town has access to maintenance records. Maintenance isn't being performed or problems exist, the town typically has a right to come in and correct it at the homeowner's expense, homeowners association expense. So there's quite a bit of detail that has to be provided at the next level, that the town solicitor will review, the town engineer will review. And again, it's a DEM will have permitted that prior to the town reviewing it. So safeguards are in place, maintenance are specified, and performance is monitored.
now, do you actually think pitching that road away from Mary's is gonna put less water towards those properties?
No, that's not the reason to pitch it. It could pitch towards Mary's. At this point, we've been designing it to pitch the other way, but I can't, design has not been finalized. It hasn't been, there's much work to be done.
Okay.
Do the work until we received this master plan level of work.
Right. Have you guys been down there when it has rained heavy and there has been water in the area? Has any of you been down there and witnessed that?
The soils were witnessed by me. I'm a licensed soil evaluator, and it doesn't have to be a wet season reading. From January to April 1 is called the DEM wet season. The state has gone to soil morphology to determine the seasonal high water table, and I didn't see a seasonal high water table on site. So the amount of runoff that you're experiencing at your house, I have not seen, but I can see it from calculations of how much that is the low point of that area. So that's why we're concerned, and we're over designing the road.
So putting a retention pond in there would help how?
That pond exists today, as you know. That water pond's there today. So we're taking water out of that existing pond, and we're creating better drainage within that area. So I can't make that low point go away.
Now, where would that water go to from there is the question.
It goes southerly to Carpenters.
So it's gonna go back to where it came from. So it's gonna be a big loop. Because the water comes from Mary's. Doesn't just come from the top of Holden, doesn't just come from Matunic Beach Road. It comes from every way possible, and it comes to that one area. So by putting a retention pond there to push water from an area that it's coming from, it's just a big loop system, and it's just gonna come back.
Yeah,
That's all it's gonna do.
Be inundated.
That's just the concerns that we all have. Everyone here watching and concerned is that's one of the hundreds of main issues that we have. And, if you live there and you witnessed it, like all of you and everyone tuning in, I think you would all realize that it just doesn't work. And it would work if there was an actual decent plan, but there seems not to be, and I don't see one in the future. So I just think everybody should take that into consideration. Like Caitlin said, what are the consequences? Because someone's gonna pay for this. Someone is.
Richard, a town engineer, can you explain how you fit into this process and what your job is to do? with the designs that are presented by the applicant, please?
You know, in this case, this application is going to be going to CRMC. So we'll be, you know, looking at, you know, whatever CRMC has to say about it as well. But my department's concern is always that there's no net increase of runoff or volume of water going to any abutter. And we look at everything up to a 100-year storm generally because that's the standard storm we're going to look at. But that's a pretty intense storm. So, you know, we're always looking for those numbers, but keep in mind that we don't get that information normally until the next phase of this. So right now, all we're seeing are these conceptual areas, and I'd love to see it at pre-application, but of course, it would be ridiculous on the applicant's part to have to provide that at that time. So we look forward at preliminary plan. In that preliminary plan, they would have already made application to some of the agencies. In this case, it's CRMC. Sometimes it's DEM, but in this case, it's CRMC. And they would have already had, even most often, they would have already had some feedback from CRMC. So the layout that we see at that point is going to be really well defined. And then at that point, I'll be able to look at the numbers and make sure that it meets some of our standards, you know, of peak runoff and peak flow, peak volume. So we'll be looking for those things. So everything you're describing and all of your concerns, we're going to be looking for.
Thanks, Rich. I appreciate it.
And Zach, the fire department will have to approve the drive, the roadway. They'll have to approve that they can get trucks in there and turn around.
Absolutely.
And that'll be at the preliminary plan. And again, if they can't, the developer cannot provide that, the planning board's going to say you have to provide it.
Okay.
So they don't have a choice.
Yeah.
And if they can't do it, then either they've got to give up a unit to make space for a turnaround, or, you know, they've got to find a solution.
Now, is there going to be hydrants on that road?
I imagine the fire department will ask for hydrants on that because they do have public water, so.
Yep. Okay. One other thing too is someone mentioned parking, and you know, you guys have an overflow lot, and that seems good and all, and you know, seems good in theory, but like a lot of the other people that have spoken, you know, we deal with people parking on Holden Road, out of towners that will just pull right up onto the grass, half on the grass, half on the road. And I understand the road variance of it, that, you know, the 30 feet to 20 feet, whatever. You know, they come park right on your front lawn, lock their car and go to the beach for the day. And it happens all up and down Matunic Beach on Holden Road, excuse me. And we just think that this is going to bring more of that. This is what's, you know, they're going to have nowhere else to go. So they're going to go where they, you know, and you're not just going to get those 2-3 people in each house. You're going to get a loaded, packed house, and they're going to find a way. And unfortunately, we're the ones that are going to pay for it. And it's just not fair. It's not, the village isn't built for that. It never was. You know, it's maxed out as it is, and you don't want to add more to it. You know, build a couple houses and call it a day. There's just no need for it. There's absolutely no need for it. You know, but like I said, if you guys lived there and you witnessed it every day, you'd agree. So I hope you all take it into consideration. So that's all I have to say for tonight. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you, Zach.
Mr. Chair, we have 3 more hands raised. Carol, Caitlin Quirk, and Leanne. And I think I think we've heard from Carol and Caitlin already. I think in fairness, we go to Leanne first, since I don't believe we've heard anything from them.
Okay, thank you.
Leanne, if you could unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Leanne. Please state your name and address, please.
Yep, it's Leanne Kerwin. I live seasonally at 28 8th Street in the park. And I just want to make one point. I'm going to speak more as the process goes on. First, I want to say thank you all for staying this late. I worked on the zoning board of appeals in Franklin, Mass, and worked on 3 comprehensive permits, so I understand the process. And I appreciate that you're taking the time to do all this. I have one thing to say. I think I did hear somebody mention along the way that you still need 846 units to meet your 10% of affordables. Am I right?
We're not, we haven't met it. We're not close to meeting it. I don't know the exact number, but you are correct. We haven't met it. And
You haven't met it.
it's a
So
significant number.
I believe it's 826 units to meet your goal.
826. So realistically, 3 affordable units isn't going to get you that much closer to your 846. And Amy did make a point a while ago, and she was right. When you're looking at the balancing the waivers against affordable housing, yes, you need affordable housing. And I understand that completely, but do 3 units balance out this many houses in an R20, this many units? So that's the only point that I wanted to make. And again, you will be hearing from me as the process goes on. So thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go to Carol. Carol?
I just wanted to, I had one more question that I forgot to ask before. The overflow parking next to
State your name
the,
again, Carol.
oh, Carol Ross, 101 Holden Road.
Okay.
The overflow parking is actually right behind my house. And I'm wondering, what is the surface of that? Is that going to be an impervious or pervious?
We're considering it pervious.
So the water, when there's rain and that would have been absorbed by the land before, now it's going to be cemented, it's going to have runoff. And that runoff is going to be pitched going where? As I see it, going into my yard. And downhill toward the retention pond as well.
We'll have to design that at the next level. We'll have to focus on that concern.
Because if you've now made a statement saying that the roadway is going to be pitched away from Mary Carpenter's, which means it's going to be pitched toward Holden Road. So the water's got to go somewhere.
You can't drain you can't drain to Holden Road properties from the road. It just doesn't go uphill.
No, I know, but on the other side of that parking area, it won't be going uphill. It'll be going somewhat downhill because that's where the land starts to slant. And the other question was brought up about the fire trucks and things having access. Holden Road is narrow too. It's approximately 20 feet wide. And I can tell you from just watching out my window, the one time I saw a fire truck and rescue, they ended up having to back down the street because there is no way to turn around. And the garbage trucks that come in once a week have to back down the street because there is no turnaround. So I would think that the same thing would prevail on this private road that you plan to put in. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
And next person,
And
person with their hand raised currently is Caitlin Quirk. Caitlin, if you can unmute yourself.
go ahead, Caitlin. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Hi, how are you?
We're good.
I just, I don't want to keep reiterating the same issue, but I just want to address that the questions are still not being answered, like to your master plan. So it would just, I think, a little bit of reinsurance and a peace of mind for people that keep having the same questions, just to answer what are your intentions and what are the consequences if this does not come to play.
Tonight,
The intentions are to build, to design a site to current strict environmental regulations.
But that doesn't really mean anything though,
Present that to the
because
CRMC and DEM for their approval, and then come back to the planning board for further assurance that we are in compliance.
that's just like a really good use of vocabulary though for
That's
what
what it
everyone
is.
else is
That's all
trying to
it is.
say. So I respect what you're saying, but you're just
Okay.
gotta be there. No pun
Caitlin, our goal tonight was to have the applicant present his project with his experts and to gather information from the surrounding community, hear their concerns, and at our next meeting, we're going to discuss those. I mean,
I understand. There's just a lot of people.
We can't give you absolute answers tonight.
There's
And
a lot
some
of
answers-
people that you're representing that are just kind of sitting there on the screen with a blank face. So why have a plan if you don't plan to follow the plan for Matunic?
I understand what you're saying, and we mentioned that at pre-app, that we didn't think it fit in with the Matunic Village plan. But again, this is a process. The applicant has a legal standing as a property owner. We just can't, say no. There's a process.
I understand that. I'm not trying to be combative. I'm just saying a lot of the points that are being presented is just kind of running around the bush and different vocabulary being used, but it kind of getting at the same point. And those of
Thank
us
you,
listening,
Mr.
it's kind of the
Chairman.
same
I think we're
thing.
getting pretty far afield here and, attacking the credibility of people.
Yeah.
I didn't think.
No,
that
that's
this
not,
was
that's not,
the
I'm not
position.
attacking anybody's credibility at all.
yeah,
I never mentioned anybody's name. I'm just stating facts that different vocabulary is being used. I never said anybody's name. I'm just saying it's a
Okay,
lot
again,
of,
as our legal counsel had mentioned earlier, we're at conceptual master plan. So this is a concept, and some of the questions and answers you're looking for, we may not know until, if this project moves forward, we're not going to get all these answers until preliminary.
I
So
understand that.
We're
It
at the
ju-
first stage of a two-stage process. So again, we can't answer all the questions that are being asked tonight, but we're going to take them under consideration. It's going to be part of our review process to see where we're going to go with this project.
Steve, could I just ask a question to maybe get a little more information from what Caitlin is asking for? Often in land use planning and development, there are, she was talking about consequences, and often you think about economic, environmental, and social impacts. And I'm just wondering, Caitlin, if you could be more specific, it might be easier for your questions to be answered. Many of the other questions were really specific, and you're looking at, I think, it in a big picture, but I think focusing on what specifics you're interested in might help the applicant and his team to better answer some of your questions. I don't know if that helps at all, but.
It does. I have a specific question. So specifically, I just know regarding my parents' neighborhood, which is significantly above the sea level in a neighborhood at least a mile away, they have to pay hurricane insurance, flood insurance, and that is over a mile away. So what happens when a hurricane rolls through and totally rips apart that area? Who pays for that? If that's considered subsidized housing, whatever you want to consider it, who pays for that? It's the taxpayers. So what, is that going to be given to public knowledge? Because that's definitely in that zone. If the areas surrounding that are in that zone, that area that you're considering building is definitely in that zone.
Caitlin, this is Jay Parker, Principal Planner. The flood zone on the property exists on the western end and the eastern end. The center of the property is not in a flood zone, and that is where the structures are being proposed to be located.
So you're saying, but any just common sense, and I'm not disregarding anybody's intention or capability here. If any storm rolls through there, just like Sandy did, that area is destroyed. And it was destroyed.
Property owners have the right to build in a flood zone or outside of a flood zone. It's just the manner in which how they build it and whether or not they would need insurance thereafter. It's the property owner's choice.
All right, well, they clearly haven't been there because they're going to be stuck with a giant insurance liability if a storm blows through there. So thank you for your time, and I hope you really take everyone's thoughts into consideration.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Okay, Mr. Kelly, you have anything further to add before we wrap up for tonight?
No, there were several questions that were raised that we obviously took note of. We'll be prepared to address all of those questions at the next session. In addition, have Mr. Pimentel, who's a key witness, address the density issues and some of the comprehensive plan issues and why specifically this project with the additional low and moderate income units to the town is in fact in accordance with the comprehensive plan, your affordable housing plan, and based upon the fact of the testimony we've had that this shown no negative impacts at this point, subject of course to all the engineering that has to be done that's been mentioned by Mr. Duhamel and of course even mentioned by yourself, Mr. Chairman. We'll be prepared to address those issues at the next session, whatever that might be. I thank you for your time, and the members of the board and the public listening to our presentation. And some of the questions were very interesting, and we'll be ready to address them at the next session.
Okay, thank you. Jay.
We do have one more hand raised from Zach.
Okay. Go ahead, Zach.
Hi, guys. Just one more question based on consequences. So say this does happen and the water does get moved and all of a sudden it fails. Who is going to be accountable if the water doesn't go where it's planned to go and the plan doesn't work as it's planned and it does backfire, God forbid? Who's gonna be at fault and who's gonna be accountable? That's kind of, I think, what everybody really wants to know is, you know, the plans are fine and great and they sound great in theory, but at the end of the day, we want to know what's going to happen when those plans fail and stuff hits the fan. And I think people really just want to know what's going to happen then. And they want some kind of reinsurance. They want some reinsurance. We want reinsurance that what you're planning is actually going to work, not a bunch of, you know, monkeys kicking around a football and back and forth. We kind of want to know what's going to happen. Like, you know, I think that's mainly what the main concern is for everybody that lives in this area is what are those consequences when it doesn't work?
Well, ultimately, the condo association will be responsible. Prior to that, if the project moves ahead, the applicant will have to, that preliminary, provide all the engineering. And as Richard said, the DEM will be involved, CRMC will be involved, he will be involved in reviewing those plans as presented and justifying that it's a feasible plan. And then again, if the condo association doesn't maintain the retention ponds or the on-site wastewater system, they would be legally responsible for rectifying.
Does that include when the mosquitoes come and all, all that good stuff starts coming back? Like we kind of have a handle on all that right now. The last few years hasn't been too bad because people have been taking care of, getting rid of water sitting around and, that taking care of the property. People have been mowing and keeping the grass low. What happens when it does get lackadaisy and people don't start maintaining it? Not only are the people that are going to be owning these condos are going to suffer, but the people that live around it that don't want it and don't think it's we're gonna pay for it, and that's, like I said, our main concern. And I'm not really looking for the answers now, but it's just something for you guys to think about. Like,
The applicant's engineer said you've made him aware of the mosquito situation.
Yeah.
He understands it because he lives in Westerly and they've dealt with the AAA. So again, it's something he's going to address in his design.
Yeah.
The condo association, they may spray for mosquitoes. And again, they'll have a landscaping service that will probably be more than happy to provide them with that service because it's an upcharge. So.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well stated, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, Jay,
We have
in
one more.
regards to continuing this meeting and the board members as well.
We do have one more hand.
Okay.
But as a reminder, the planning board does have a curfew, right? Correct,
Yeah,
Mr.
and 11 o'clock is approaching and I want to establish where we're going to continue this to. So
Okay.
we'll take one more comment from Karen, and then after that, all other comments will have to be reserved to the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, this is, of course, a lady that's already spoken, but that's fine.
I beg your pardon?
Policy is
Sorry.
of the board
Sorry.
in regard to how many times a speaker can.
Well, our meetings are going to end at 11 o'clock, so I said we'll take one more comment and then we'll end it.
And I
Go ahead,
believe you
Karen.
called on
Thank
me.
you.
My name is Karen Swoboda.
Go ahead, Karen.
68 Holden. I can't tell you how disappointed I am in the town of South Kingstown, where I've been a resident my entire adult life and a taxpayer, that we would even consider making wreaking the havoc I think that this development could wreak on the neighborhood and the ecosystem for a net gain of 3 affordable housing units. I just find it to be a waste of time. I think that as a town, we should be much more concerned about increasing significantly affordable housing units in areas that make more sense. This slice of property is ridiculously narrow. It's got problems with flooding areas and it dumps into an area that's wetlands. It just seems like, what are we doing as a town if we're taking this seriously and looking to move this forward? I understand a property owner's right to develop their property. There's reason to believe that homes, 1 or 2 perhaps, could be developed here, single units that would not have the impact on the space. I feel like the existing community is being asked to lose value of their property, usability of their property in the name of one individual who wants to make substantial improvement to their property, financial improvement to their property, and they are just using 3 affordable housing units to get what they want. And so I hope the planning board will take seriously what we're doing to our community with very little gain in the area that we truly need to gain, and that is in the whole area of affordable housing for folks. So thank you for your time. Believe me, this is 2 hours
It's
past my
understandable.
bedtime, so I appreciate you sticking with this, and I look forward to seeing the process play out, hopefully to protect the Matuna community. Thank you.
The planning board, which we're all members of the town of South Kingston, we're doing our due diligence on this project. If we don't do a good job and we come with a finding that will not stand up, then somebody in Providence is going to make a decision on what happens here. So we are having these hearings to gather information to make our best decision. But again, if the applicant doesn't like our decision, it's going to be appealed and it's going to go to Providence. And that's where the decision will be made, whether this project happens or not, if we refuse it. So, you know, we're doing our best and we're listening and we're gathering information. So Jay, and planning board members, do we want to continue this to our next regular meeting, or actually would it be in November or December, Jay? Or do we want to hold another special meeting for this?
Depends on what our next couple of agendas look like.
I believe our next one, Jay.
There's 3 items on that agenda currently, 2 pre-app. I'm sorry, 4 items, 2 pre-apps, a reinstatement, and a continuation of a major land development project that you heard last month. And the following meeting after that, the special meeting on the 1st for Village at Curtis Corner.
Which again, may be a 4-hour night meeting as well, I would gather.
I know that we appreciate the board having a special meeting. Obviously, there's a lot of public input, and with all due respect, if the board could see to it to maybe have a special meeting for this project as opposed to being on an agenda with 3 others, it seems to me that that might serve the public purpose by everyone being able to make their comments and have time to do it.
Jay, what dates would we have available?
You're currently booked on Tuesday, the 24th and Tuesday, December 1st. You have a meeting scheduled on the 22nd. Your regular session meeting in December is Tuesday, the 22nd. I mean, with Zoom, we can have them at your leisure when everybody's available, what works for everyone.
Well, what would a 4 weeks from today be? December
10th. Would be Thursday, December 10th.
Board members, comments?
Yeah, this is Paul Jordan. I just want to hear again, I think Amy mentioned early on, there's an end date here where we have to make a decision by, and it was February sometime?
February 6th. So we have
yeah.
December and January to make a decision.
Okay. Seems tight.
And I was going to say, if we're having our regular meeting on the 8th, I'm just wondering if instead of having 2 in 1 week, that we have potentially on the 3rd and then the 8th again.
I believe your regular meeting in December is scheduled for the 22nd.
So we don't have a work session is what I'm wondering on the 8th.
Yeah, I think we
Right.
discussed that the other night. We don't have a work
Yes.
session in December.
Oh, thank you.
So basically, this meeting would be on a, and actually, we could do it Tuesday if it works out better for the board, but it'd be that week. Peter, you okay with another meeting? Pam? Susan?
Are we always okay with that?
Okay, you want to
We have this, Jay, with those 3 agenda items that we already have, those are probably 45 minutes worth of potential business?
On the 24th?
Yes.
I wouldn't dare put a time frame on any of these.
Exactly. I agree with Jay.
Yeah, my preference would be for a special meeting as well.
Just my only thought is Ed Pimentel wasn't available this evening, and at least there may be a possibility at your regularly scheduled meeting to get Ed's testimony on the record. And then
on a regularly scheduled meeting, he can make a point with some of the commitment that he has, other professionals have.
and then continue it to
I'm
a
sorry,
special
Mr.
meeting, at least get that on the record.
I guess I would think that that's somewhat of a, I'm just thinking about the public who then would probably want to be at that meeting and then at the other meeting. So that might be a burden to break it up into 2 meetings,
In
just
particular,
because of the perception.
Right,
it's
it
gonna
would be
be at
more
the end of
equitable
that
to have a special meeting.
it's going to be at the end of that meeting if we put it on the 24th, so I'd rather go. I'd rather go to a special night, either that Tuesday
So
or
would I.
Thursday, the 10th. Board members, you prefer Tuesday? Is that easier to?
I'm flexible for either one, Steve.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Fine with me too.
All right, you want to do it Tuesday, the 8th then, Jay?
Okay, just checking calendar.
Yeah, look, I think that will work.
Okay. And Jamie, that's, that report is available online.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
What report is that?
The,
Planners report.
yeah.
Yeah,
Lombard.
the report that's written by Ed Pimentel is listed on the agenda packet as planner's report. So if someone, went through that and thought it was perhaps from Jay or I or our department, or Brian, that's actually from the applicant's consultant, Ed Pimentel.
That's correct.
Okay, so do I have a motion to continue this hearing to December 8th?
So moved.
I'm not sure who said that, Maria?
Yes, it
And
was me.
do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Paul. Any discussion?
I just want to, I just have a comment that as we move through this process and others, regardless of the fact that we all understand what the definition of master plan is, I think it's important that we get some answers to some of the difficult questions that have an impact on design and density. Even our town engineer said it's always better to have information early on, and we are not going to ask for advanced engineering calculations. However, in some of these complicated projects, I feel we need to get some answers because even though we have rarely added language to master plan approvals saying that we reserve the right to, eliminate a lot or whatever, I think it's very difficult to go backwards once you get to that point. And we do need to be able to ensure that we have answers to some of these complex questions.
With all due respect, I think that tonight we presented far more than is actually required by the master plan. But if Ms. Mack could be a little more specific, she doesn't have to do it now, and let us know what those specific questions are that don't require a complete engineering or further engineering. We'd be happy to address those.
Thank you, I will.
Yeah, I believe there was a question about the CRMC recommendation and whether that was valid for the 20 units. And so I know that was one thing that came up.
So
Any of
My
that
understanding,
information that would help us.
Mr. Duhamel, you can correct me, is that the CRMC preliminary determination was based on the original project, 20 units, not this 12-unit project.
It was, yes. Yep.
Which obviously was a far more dense project.
I've been answering everything verbally. We can provide written explanation and some design details so that it can be clear and we can be on the record more definitively, but I hear what you're saying. Drainage, septic.
Yeah, I mean,
Mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes, there's a, 100-acre swamp next door. We can get John Carter to quantify that or.
Chris, this is Paul Jordan. I also think the question about parking, particularly, 12 units, 2 parking spaces per unit, and then I forget how many.
That was 6
overflow
extra.
parking. I'm just thinking, the question was raised, somebody has a summer barbecue and invites 20 friends. That pretty much overwhelms the site. So I'm
It
just curious.
absolutely would. And I think our land planner can speak to those issues. We're not trying to overdevelop the site or overuse the site. So
No, I understand that. I just think it was a good question.
if we provide more parking, you know what, they will come. So
Yeah.
let's explore that more.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I
we have
think
a
that the
motion.
other
on-
thing that I just realized again tonight after one of the gentlemen spoke was the issue about how close the road is. And you call it a driveway, but it's a road to the Mary Carpenter's fence. And, the issues of safety on that, if somebody comes in a little too fast, they could go right through that fence. And so that just seems very close to me. And I don't know what the requirements are if it were a road of what the setback would be versus a driveway, but I think that the safety issues with that, as well as the safety issues of if there needed to be more than one fire truck and such. So the safety issues came out tonight to me as well.
One of the things that I am hoping to get a better understanding, Chris, at the next meeting is on the stormwater runoff, any runoff that's coming off-site that is currently ponding or the holding capacity, and making sure that any activity we do does not push that onto other property. So not just the post versus the pre, but the any holding capacity, and make sure we're not reducing that and pushing that onto another piece of property. And there was a woman who spoke, Deborah, who said that she had photos. If there's any chance we can get those photos and maybe get them to Chris before the meeting so that he can discuss that in detail, that ponding.
Again, when Jamie Rabbit, planning director, when they become available to us in the department, we'll make them available to you as the applicant.
Okay, great. All right, we have an open motion on the floor. We'll take a vote on that to continue this meeting until December 8th. I'll take a verbal. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Motion passes unanimously. All right, we'll see you on December 8th.
Thank you for the long meeting.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
time.
All right.
Thanks,
bye-bye.
everybody. Good night.
You
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Jay, enjoy your
Hey, this is
vacation.
Amy.
Steve, I'll try and follow up
Did we
with you
get a
tomorrow.
motion to adjourn? That was a motion
I was
to
waiting for
continue.
that
Did we get
one too.
Okay,
No.
all right. Well, I think we can assume.
I think it was, I was
are we gonna-
included in the motion to adjourn to the 8th. We kept it open.
Okay, so that was a motion to continue, and now we need a motion to adjourn, although we've lost our quorum.
Lost the
Well,
quorum.
Maria will make the motion.
Yes, I'll
second
make it. Plus, we're at 11:04, so we're,
Yeah.
beyond curfew.
We didn't have a motion to continue, and Jay was the third vote to carry it. And
Ryan and I
Amy's
already
not
saw
it.
him.
Brian wants to go home, and so I guess it's a unanimous decision, Amy.
It is,
We
all
can get
right.
it, we can get it finished up at the next meeting. We'll close
Yeah.
the meeting.
If I put 2 hands up,
Have
does
a
a
good
vote,
night.
does a vote count twice?
Yes.
Hey, people left so quick. Amy and
Rhode
I-
Island.
All right, so
night.
we'll see everybody on the 8th.
Night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, see you in a week.
See ya.